And then I will give you the go-ahead when it gets going. And we're live. And then I'll give you the go-ahead when it gets going. We're good to go.
All right. Well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Delegate Kaiser. My co-chair, Senator Hester, will be joining us soon. This is the Joint Committee on Cybersecurity, Information Technology, and we are having a big briefing today. So I want to thank you all on behalf of our entire Joint Committee. I see a couple members here now. Hopefully others will be joining us, and on behalf of the entire General Assembly. As everyone knows, the issue of artificial intelligence, it's been with us for quite a while, but I would say in the past year, it's become much more of a discussion for so many people in so many places, and that it's so important for us here in the General Assembly to get a handle on the issue and understand what we could or should or shouldn't do in regards to legislation. We did have a prior briefing where the members were updated on the background of AI and the distinction from machine learning and learning all the pieces of it. But what we're doing today with our very long briefing, we'll be talking specifically about education issues. And then we'll also be doing consumer protection and constituent services, labor. Each area will get 40 minutes. After our short lunch break from this very long meeting, we will talk about the dis and misinformation in elections, followed by a much longer session on policy and governance overall. And so I do want to say that we will have members popping in and out today, some of whom can only attend for the first few hours or the later hours. It's my job to try to keep us on schedule today as we run through the different parts so we can respect all the different people's time, both our guest speakers and our members. I will also add to our members that Chair Hester had essentially a TED Talk to share with us from Gary Marcus, I believe a Maryland native who's now a national AI expert. But that's a little bit long, so we will share that with everyone afterwards and make sure that you have that. So if there's nothing else, I want to again start as we're doing with, as I said, education. We have Gabriella Waters and Klaus von Zastro here to speak with us. I will let them introduce themselves and begin. And to remind members, each of our speakers in most of the segments will be speaking from about 12 to 14 minutes, leaving us about 15 minutes for questions, and that we will prioritize questions from the Joint Committee members, and then on any other members here from the General Assembly can ask questions as well. So again, I thank you, Ms. Waters, Mr. von Zastro, and you can begin.
Thank you. My name is Gabriella Waters. I'm from Morgan State University's Center for Equitable AI and Machine Learning Systems, where I am the Director of Operations, the Director of the Cognitive and Neurodiversity AI Lab. And it's a short for the CONA Lab is what it's short for. Seamless is what the center's acronym is. And I'm excited to be here to talk to everyone about leveraging AI in education.
So I am Klaus von Zastro. I am the Senior Director of Policy at Education Commission of the States, which is an organization that actually works with state leaders from early learning all the way through into the post-secondary and the workforce. And we deal with governor's offices and chief state school officers and legislators and state board members in all 50 states in the District of Columbia. We're a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization, and delighted to be able to speak about AI today.
Well, I want to thank you both, and I am going to interject for just one moment, something I should have said at the beginning. With all the discussion that we've had of AI, been a lot of conversations, and the scary stories or the futuristic movies or the other things to scare us. And I think the recognition that we should have that AI and machine learning are being used already in a lot of spaces, and figuring out what the appropriate role is for us in government in terms of providing any types of guardrails, or again, or not, or what we allow the market to take care of. But figuring out that appropriate role. So I'm sorry for interrupting. I'll turn it back, and it looks like Ms. Waters will be starting.
All right, thanks so much. I'm going to share my screen here. And we will get started right off the bat with AI in education. That means that there's some opportunities, there are some challenges, and there is a role for legislation. Before we start with this, though, I am cautioning everyone to think a little more broadly about the role of legislation in this and policy, because the technology changes so rapidly that things that you put into place can be no longer applicable in 15 minutes. So we have to constantly be on the lookout for how this technology changes and set some fundamental ground rules for how it proceeds forward, and not just necessarily on a particular phenomenon, but overall on how the technology works. So just a quick snippet about Seamless. The center is here to really look at how artificial intelligence and machine learning systems can be socially responsible, equitable, ethical, accountable, transparent, explainable, and for the whole purpose of making sure the public knows how these technologies are working and how they impact their lives. You can't really make a decision if you aren't aware or understanding of what's going on with this. So we want to make sure that education is always a part of what we are doing. We are a research center as well. So if we had a stool that had 3 legs, one leg would be education, one leg would be research, and the other would be policy and guidelines and frameworks. So let's get started with just some numbers. And these are from 2021. And what we're seeing here is, according to Grand View Research, the global AI and education market size was valued at $1.82 billion just in 2021. And they expect that to expand at a compound annual growth rate of 36% from 2022 through 2030. So what's driving that? Things like the increase in investments in AI and ed tech by private and public sectors, and the increasing penetration of edutainment. So if you don't know that term, for those of us who are of the more seasoned generations, think about Schoolhouse Rock, Sesame Street, and Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Now scale that up to technological edutainment that you see right now in schools. Things like Canvas in high schools and college campuses, Blackboard, Moby Max in our elementary schools. These kinds of systems sort of embed entertainment into the learning process, or they won't let you proceed to the next level until you've completed the first one. So the AI is allowing it to be more adaptive and responsive to individual users. And sometimes it's infused, as in the case with Moby Max, with games and things of that nature to help teach you, or it's just personalized learning in the case of some of these other ones. So what we need to take away from this is that AI tool adoption has been rising and continues to rise in the education field. And it has an impact on both the teaching and administrative tasks, as well as personalization of the learning. And that's what we're seeing right now. So there are some positives for AI in education. For personalized learning, AI adapts to individual needs at their pace. It accommodates different learning styles, and it can be very flexible and dynamic. So the question for legislatures under personalized learning would be, how can you ensure equitable and effective personalized learning? Under efficiency and accessibility, 24/7 tutoring and administration automation, it supports remote and disadvantaged students. So for legislators, you want to think about how you can bridge educational gaps using AI. For data-driven insights, it has a really powerful tool for analyzing educational trends. It can inform for areas of improvement. And this is where we want to think about leveraging AI analytics and policymaking. So how can we use that really powerful analytics ability that AI has to help in making policy? And for teacher support, custom lesson plans, and automated grading. And it can identify students who need a little bit of extra help. So how can we enhance teacher effectiveness using AI? These are the kinds of questions you want to be thinking about as you're thinking through policy, as you're thinking through application, as you're thinking through where these tools should be implemented and how. Nothing is without its negative side. Bias and fairness is a very important issue in artificial intelligence because AI can inherit biases. It has a potential for reinforcing inequalities as well. So the question should be asked, how are we ensuring fairness in AI systems? There are privacy concerns. Sensitive student data is at risk. Privacy and data security issues can be at play. We see these systems implemented without a real understanding of all of the modalities and domains that they have an overlap with. So we need to look at that. So the question legislators can be asking is, how are we protecting students' data and privacy? We can develop an over-reliance on technology. There's a risk of reduced teacher-student interaction because of it. There's a potential for limited critical thinking if we just allow the AI to sort of guide and lead the way without the human actually doing any of that extra work. And so the question is balancing technology and traditional methods. How can we do that effectively so that you can get the best of both worlds instead of replacing one for the other? And of course, everywhere I go, there's the fear of job displacement. AI might displace some job roles. And we're looking at how you can enhance versus replace educator roles. So how can AI support and not supplant educators? So these are the kinds of things that we kind of want to talk through. And I know I have a limited time. I only have a couple more slides, but legislation and support is needed in all of these areas, data and privacy. Freedom to operate in the way that they would like. But we need to actually have the legislation that is informed by understanding of how the technology is evolving, where it's a hindrance, where it could be harmful. And those are the kinds of things that extend beyond just education. At the center, all of our research is interdisciplinary because AI is not limited to one.
Ms. Waters, I think you're freezing.
Kind of charged to do with the state of Maryland. So we're
Ms.
happy
Waters?
to.
Ms.
Yes.
Waters, I think you've been going in and out a little bit. I don't know if it helps.
Oh, sorry.
If you turn off your video, hopefully that won't block the screen if that changes the in and out.
Okay, let me take out my earbuds.
All right, go ahead. This information is fantastic, but I want to make sure that we can all hear you.
Oh, my apologies for that. So the call to action here is to look at the future of education in Maryland, not just in our classrooms, but in the code of the algorithms, and to make sure that we aren't doing this alone as a legislative body, as the state. This is an opportunity to sort of reimagine a landscape where every single student feels understood by their educational tools and where teachers are empowered and not replaced. So we want to look at the line between technology and humanity and make sure that that line is blurred just a little bit in favor of progress and not in favor of that availability heuristic that we're prone to as humans, which we go to the easiest thing and try not to think through anything further. And that was what I had. So if there are questions or for me, or if we're going on to Klaus, I'm happy to stop here.
I want to make sure that we can get to both of you, and then we will come back with questions for both of you. Thank you so much. That was incredibly helpful. Mr. Van Zalstro, you can begin.
Sure, thanks very much. I will show my screen. I think we have to stop the prior screen sharing. Here we go. Yeah, thank you. And then I'm going to show my screen here. I trust you all see my actual presentation mode. Great. Well, first of all, I want to say that it is a challenging thing to follow in Gabriella's shoes here, because she's given such good content. Now, I did want to ask, are you seeing my actual presentation mode, not just the, okay, good. So first of all, I did want to thank Senator Hester, Delegate Kaiser, and other members of the community for this invitation. As I've already mentioned, I'm Klaus von Zastro, and but I'm from the Education Commission of the States. I've told you a bit about Education and Commission of the States, and rather than getting too much into my details, I'm going to sort of try to add to what Gabriella has already said, and I don't know that I can express much of it very better. But we all are going to talk very briefly about what AI is, what are some of the benefits and risks, but we'll go quickly because Gabriella covered a lot of that. But then we're going to focus really on what's already happening in US schools, which is one of the things that we were asked to do, what actions states are taking. And then I think I'm going to be able to say things that are complementary, but very supportive of what Ms. Waters said about considerations state leaders can keep in mind. So let's begin with what is AI. Now, we do like to use a very brief definition that we've seen McKinsey & Company use, that it's a machine's ability to perform cognitive functions we usually associate with human minds. Now, there are two kinds at least of AI in schools right now, right? One of them we would call sort of generative AI. This is like Chat GPT, and this is where you use massive amounts of data to generate original outputs. And this could be things like what Gabriella already mentioned here, Ms. Waters mentioned, and that is sort of teachers trying to create lesson plans with the aids of AI, or students using AI as brainstorming partners. But there's also something that was called predictive AI, and that is something that uses data about the past to predict future needs, events, or behaviors. This can include things like analyzing learners' past activities and needs to address what their future needs are going to be. And that, of course, there are other kinds of AI as well, but those are two that are pretty prominent in conversations I'm hearing right now. I think Ms. Waters also alluded to the fact that it's not as new as it seems. You know, AI has been around for decades. We've got autocorrect, we have maps and navigation, we've got fraud detection alerts from your credit card companies. You know, we all have had Amazon recommendations that use AI, but even within education, there are things like computer adaptive testing. So in other words, tests that try to adapt to students' performance levels in real time. We have also things like machine scoring. Those are machines, you know, AI that actually scores student essays. So it's been with us for a while, but I think one of the things that really has made it so much more present in the past year is the fact that we've had Chat GPT, which burst on the scene less than a year ago. And in the first 2 months afterwards, this is widely reported, it had more than 100 million users. Though, so to Ms. Waters' points, this is something that's already seen broad adoption, and a lot of it under the radar. And it's something that policymakers have to kind of catch up to in a way. So there are benefits and risks. I won't go into these very much just because we've already heard an excellent account of them. You know, we can say that it creates tailored instruction. There can be more tailored or useful assessment. These prompts to creativity that you can use ChatGPT or other kinds of generative AI almost as like as an intellectual sparring partner, and then efficient operations, taking the load of things like scheduling off of teachers and school shoulders, for example. And then the risks, again, I cannot improve on what Ms. Waters already said. You know, cheating is a big thing. You know, people make AI do their work for them. Bias and unfairness we're going to come back to is a very, very big challenge with AI. This over-reliance on technology, I know we use the exact same term, is a big problem I think we can't overstress, because some of the very things that make AI so promising, that it can be generative and can produce ideas, can also mean it can become a crutch, right? That we use it to take the intellectual and cognitive load off of students. And I think that is a risk a lot of people are considering. And then There's also the risk, of course, to privacy, which Ms. Waters mentioned as well, and we're going to be getting into that in a moment. So what is the current state of AI? What is happening in schools, right? Students are using it right now. There was a survey in, I think, July from the Walton Family Foundation that found that 42% of students said that they used AI in their schoolwork, and that 63% of teachers used it on the job. And that was July. Right. So you can bet that the numbers are higher now. And so there have actually been AI efforts right now in school districts, right? School districts are already getting their toe in the water on AI. So school districts, for example, and this, by the way, I've borrowed a lot of this from the Center for Reinventing Public Education, which did a sort of scan of what's going on in districts across the country. And it gives good examples, like, for example, in curriculum, there are some school districts, including Baltimore County right here in Maryland, that are creating curriculum to teach about AI or to integrate AI into different academic subject areas. And so this is also happening, for example, in Gwinnett County in Georgia, and also in Hillsborough County in Florida. And then there are districts that are beginning to experiment with AI tutors. For example, at the Cleveland Metropolitan School District in Ohio and Newark Public Schools in New Jersey, using tutors for the sort of tailored instruction that can actually help step students through the learning process in ways that are much more tailored to their needs. There are also now early warning programs that are being helped by AI. Examples are in Mesa Public Schools in Arizona and Austin Independent School District in Texas, which are trying out AI-enabled early warning systems that send alerts if students are off track socially, emotionally, or academically. There are teacher development programs that are beginning to take shape in AI. We found districts in Washington State, Colorado, Texas, and Maryland, including, again, PG County schools here, that are using AI in teacher professional development. And that includes a couple of things. It includes professional development on how to use AI in classes or how to integrate AI content into subject areas, but it also includes professional development that is driven by AI. In other words, that AI itself is assisting the professional development and helping teachers through sort of tailored, personalized attention to their practice. So these things are just beginning to take shape. And we also see AI being used to improve operational efficiency in school districts like Philadelphia, LA Unified in California, Mesa in Arizona, which have begun to use chatbots to answer parents' questions or help students navigate federal financial aid applications. And finally, I've alluded to this earlier, some school districts have for some time now been using AI to support safety. In, for example, Broward County Public Schools in Florida, they've used AI to track people using their appearance or facial expressions that then would alert officers if it senses that something's out of the ordinary or that people are somewhere they're not supposed to be. And as we'll note in a second, there are some real trade-offs between such safety measures, privacy concerns, and questions about equity and bias. So state actions. So what kinds of things are states right now doing to try to address AI in education? I would say that districts and teachers are sort of way ahead of states, understandably, because policy doesn't move super fast always. But districts that are dipping their toe into AI right now don't have a lot of state policy support, but there are some state policies that have been in effect for a while that have implications for AI. So, for example, there are now states that are proposing policies to address social media algorithms. Now, legislators are proposing policies that would actually protect minors against potentially harmful social media algorithms, using something called age-appropriate design code, which, among other things, attempts to shield minors from social media algorithms that profile them or that sort of use these profiles to push them to potentially harmful content or an online behavior. Now, there are proposals like this that are under consideration in California, Minnesota, North Carolina, and Texas, among other states. And while many of these measures really apply to private organizations or companies, they can affect schools or districts that work with those companies. And then now there have been for a while privacy policies that address biometric data in states like Arizona, Louisiana, and Missouri. And this is important because biometric data, which is things like, retina scans, facial characteristics, fingerprints, things like that, can be used by AI to profile or to track students. And we saw this example in Broward County Schools of Florida. And one of the several concerns here is that the bias in the data that AI is trained in can actually misidentify students, often students of color or students with disabilities, for example, because the AI itself contains so many biases that can mean that students who are misidentified actually end up suffering some very serious consequences. Now, there are also policies directly addressing AI in schools, but to be frank, right now, these are few and far between. Now, we did see something in Illinois, which creates a task force which is studying AI. Among other things, it would recommend model policies for schools or address the use of generative artificial intelligence by students in the classroom. We've also found an executive order in Wisconsin that establishes an AI task force that, among other things, would recommend solutions, including policy related to workforce development in educational systems. So in other words, there are policies in place to study the impact of AI in education. Presumably that would lead to other kinds of policy recommendations. So what kinds of considerations are there now for states? What can states consider to maximize the benefits and minimize the risk of AI? Here, I'm going to be treading along the same path as Ms. Walters, and I don't know, excuse me, Gabrielle, and I don't know that I'm going to do it much better, but I did want to say one thing that she also mentioned, and that is the importance of keeping a human in the loop. That's being considered in a lot of these ideas. We've heard that in a lot of places. In other words, there needs to be a way in which policies that assure that AI never becomes so distant from human judgment, right, that we lose sight of the original goals or the intended impact of AI, right? And so I realize my slides haven't caught up with me because I've got some sluggish stuff going on here, but here we go. So this could entail supporting privacy. So, for example, states' privacy laws have already begun to consider the impact of AI. We've talked about biometric data, for example, but there are going to be more privacy implications that arise as AI begins to work on enormous data sets that include private student information. And as Ms. Waters pointed out, this can be really beneficial because you get all this analytical power right now in addressing and assessing students' needs. But states will also have to understand the risks as AI becomes more common as an analytical tool that helps interpret data, that this can entail unwanted disclosures of information or data. Now, there's also upholding transparency. Some state laws, most of the consumer laws right now, are requiring transparency about the very presence of AI. In other words, people should know when they're not speaking with a human or when AI is making meaningful decisions about their lives. They should at least have the knowledge of that. We're seeing those kinds of laws. There's also the question then of preserving human autonomy as a principle. We see state laws that are considering ways to ensure that people can opt out of having their data used for automated profiling processes that can make consequential decisions about their lives. Now, these laws remain mostly in the private arena, but there are parallel efforts underway to ensure that students cannot be profiled by social media AI algorithms that might manipulate their opinions or actions, as we've seen. And in the area of even hiring, for example, public employees, states are contemplating policies to prevent hiring managers for using AI sorting algorithms without disclosing it or having some kind of human oversight. And this could also address hiring of teachers. And I'm close to wrapping up here, but I wanted to say as a final principle, and quite an important one, is really to support the people and not just the tools. Now, a friend of mine named Sam Shaltain, who's an educator and a think tank leader, has admonished supporters of AI to think about those things people need to make AI effective: the professional development, the training opportunities, the teaching materials, all of these things that ensure that educators are actually empowered to make the decisions that are going to be best for young people. Because I think it's fair to say that it's humans ultimately who are going to need the support so that they can make the difference between AI that's a benefit and AI that presents harm. And having been in policy for a long time, I know that very often what happens is when policy doesn't support the people, a lot of these very promising reforms don't actually meet their target. So that's really important. And in conclusion, I can only really underscore what Ms. Waters already said, and that is that, AI is going to reach into so many areas that affect schools down the road. It's very hard to predict, and leaders are going to have to be very attentive and flexible. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. I do see that my co-chair, Senator Hester, has joined us. She had to join late this morning. I will have to leave a little bit early at the end as we squeeze in a 5-hour briefing today. I want to thank you both for what you've just provided, Ms. Waters and Mr. Von Zastro. Just very great background information, great highlighting of the positives, the negatives, the risks, what we can be doing legislatively, what others are doing. I think this is an excellent framework. I'd like to open it up to any committee members first who are here who have questions. And after any committee members, other members of the legislature have joined us are certainly free to ask questions as well. So let me move my screen so I can see more faces. Are there any questions? And as people are thinking of questions, I may ask a question. So I'm not seeing anyone else's hands coming up first. I wanted to ask both of you, you both referred to things like personalized learning and tutoring, bridging the gaps and so forth. And I was, well, I would imagine, and I do actually teach here at the University of Maryland, but I am wondering, has there been research? I would expect that kind of personalized learning and taking someone at their own pace and helping them in their problem areas and so forth should be beneficial. And I think there have been programs that have existed like that for a long time, but is there research that has demonstrated that it's been valuable to students that have that kind of learning program? Those are a lot of words to say. Where's the research backing it up? So if you both want to unmute.
So the good news is that, yes, there's been extensive research in how personalized learning can actually improve academic achievement, increase engagement, improve retention, gives individualized support. There's lots of places to turn for that kind of information. I'm also a professor, so I'm very sensitive to what that means because my classes meet virtually. And so we are using lots of tools to make sure that students are engaged and doing all of those things that we're looking for. So yeah, you definitely have quite a bit, and I'm happy to share some of the more recent ones with you because the personalized learning isn't new. The AI tools being infused into the personalized learning, it's what's a little more recent. And so there's more information and research that's been done in the presence of AI tools for personalized learning that I can share.
All right, and before I pass along the next question to Senator Hedelman, you had a slide, Ms. Waters, on legislation and support that had 7 bullets, and it wasn't up on the screen long. I did take a picture, a screenshot real quick on my phone, but any kind of any of that background that can be provided to give us a little more insight into some of those areas would be great. So if you have something else you can provide after the meeting,
sure,
on that would be helpful. Senator Hedelman, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am very curious about one of the bullets that someone had up about making sure about transparency, about identification that something that you are using or interacting with is generated from AI rather than a human. And I'm just sort of wondering kind of what that looks like and whether those kinds of efforts are getting pushback from the companies who are behind them. Thanks.
And I can start. I think yes and yes. Well, to begin with, what it looks like, it can look like a number of different things, but this idea of transparency, it's also been, for example, in the European Union, as they're beginning to formulate their own AI regulations, it has been some kind of disclosure that this is this is a bot, this is an AI-enabled chat tool, this is some kind of, at least AI-assisted chat tool, so people will know, especially when it is the AI that's going to be using making decisions. So not only when they're interacting with a chat, but if you're going to be, for example, applying for a job and they have to disclose, according to this proposed legislation, that AI was kind of in a decision-making position. And you can maybe opt out of it, or you can say what human was involved, because there's actually research that points to the fact that these AI-enabled systems have made very biased decisions in the end, because again, AI is trained on data that contains bias, and so it reflects that bias. Now, is there pushback? Yes. There's pushback from companies that will say, oh, it's not feasible. There's too much integration of AI. We'd have to disclose everything all over the place. We could never get anything done. There's also pushback against all of these companies that talk about AI profiling, saying what you're actually doing is you are also potentially impinging on privacy when you are telling people that that AI can't be used in certain ways, and that this is actually kind of a restriction on speech. So there's been a ton of pushback. So a lot of this stuff is still in the works.
Has there been
I agree with. Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'd love to hear what you have to say, but also, has there been anything that's made its way to the courts or no? Not yet.
In the United States, not so much. In Europe, they're a lot more progressive with how they are addressing this and kind of trying to make their way in front of this. But we have a ways to go. As far as transparency, Klaus has given some really good examples. One of the things that's challenging with companies is that the lack of transparency extends down to the decision-making process. And so a lot of what companies are trying to explain is that by making things transparent, you kind of give away trade secrets. And they want to protect that. The challenge there is that they're using algorithms that are not new. They're just using them in a configuration that works for their particular use case. And so one of the things the center is working on, and one of the research projects that I have active right now, is how you can score transparency so that you could, just like you could say, oh, you got an 80% on this test. You can have a score that says this system is performing with 80% transparency, which means 80% of the decisions have an explanation. That way, we're not looking at their particular algorithms and opening them up to the public or to their competition, but you have sort of like a reasonable expectation of how this model is performing. The other thing is looking at ethicality overall. Are the decisions ethical? Can you make it? One of our team members, Will Mapp, is our AI research architect, is working on an ethicality label that's like a nutrition facts that's for AI. So that when you look at it, you have a window right into where it's performing and how. But with the transparency, it's tricky because you are talking about privacy, but we are more concerned about the privacy of the citizen. And we're not looking at trying to expose their particular secrets. And so I just don't want us to get into a place where the industry is driving the policy instead of the stakeholders who need the protection from the industry being, victims of that push.
Thank you. That's really interesting, really helpful. Thanks.
Senator Hester, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for being here to delve into this interesting topic. I just wanted to try to add one more piece to Senator Hedelman's really good question about the courts, and point out that the California Age-Appropriate Design Code was indeed challenged by NetChoice, which is a coalition of these e-commerce, social media companies, and so that court that was heard. I believe in September, and based on the First Amendment analysis there, NetChoice's motion for preliminary injunction was granted. And so this doesn't strike down the California law, but does make it super hard to enforce. So I think that was a bill that was unanimous, or I think close to unanimous in California. So it's really interesting to try to figure this out. And I can send this NCSL briefer over to you, Senator Hedelman. I guess my question, do we have time for a question still, Chair Kaiser? So the thing that I've been really struggling with is, given the uncertainty at the federal level, what action can states take? And if we take a narrow slice, specifically K through 12 education, can you give us 3 concrete policies you would recommend that the state take? And maybe it's just one, and maybe it's a tiered approach, but like, what should we do this year? What is the minimum that we should do this year to both protect K through 12, through the risks, from the risks, and to encourage them to use it because it's here. So I mean, I would love to have, maybe if I just simplify the first step this year, one thing we do to protect ourselves and one thing we do to support ourselves. What would you guys say?
I can start. I have to start with a sort of a disclaimer that ECS never recommends policy. We talk about policy that's happening. So with that disclaimer, I will say I have seen policies states have adopted in other areas that are the lever states have an easier time pulling than others. And so, as you know, it's very often, districts don't like it when you impose curriculum or such things on them. So there can be incentive structures states take on things like professional development, on curriculum, to say, here are some programs that have been vetted. Now that's a challenge with AI because it's so early, right? Or professional development strategies that have been vetted, again, a challenge. And we can make state funds available to any districts that choose to use them. And so it is hard at a time when I used to do this in STEM education. I witnessed this. And in STEM education, there'd been a lot of research about certain things in math and science, for example. In AI, it's not there yet, but sometimes those levers that states can pull to incentivize good practice at the district level can be helpful because districts, in my experience, do tend to follow them. Now, I take that as examples from the field, but not as a directive, since that's not what we can do at ECS.
Ms. Waters, did you want to answer that as well?
Sure. So there are areas that we can look at right away. And I think the first one is making sure that there's a focus on equity, because if we start there, it kind of solves for a lot of other issues. And equity benefits everyone, because at its heart, what it means is that individually, people are getting exactly what they need to meet their goals. And so that means all of our students are being seen and addressed in a way that's, as we like to say in AI, robust and strong and meaningful for them individually. And then I think the thing that is going to be the most necessary is just general accountability. And the way to get to that is you have to work with partners who are constantly looking at this is what they do day in and day out. Because as these technologies change and develop, someone needs to be able to distill that down for policymakers in a way that makes sense so that you know what you're making potential legislation on. And my suggestion, I love industry, and I'm here for industry, and I'm here for strong Maryland businesses and things of that nature. But I'm suggesting that the people that help to filter this information are not necessarily all from industry, so that there's a diversity in how your understanding of AI and its systems develops and manifests in policies and guidelines.
All right. We do still have like another few minutes for questions. I wanted to ask maybe a simpler question of both of you in terms of, I think you both referenced the over-reliance on technology. I can only imagine that people said the same things when calculators came in, when spell check came in, when other things on the computer came in. And I have one of my fellow professors at Maryland was saying, at some point, students will learn how to use ChatGPT. Once we're no longer worried, was it their independent work as we try to grade them on the quality of their writing, but at some point it will become a tool that people use and they will then fashion it to fit the circumstances they're using, and it will just become another future tool. So what do you say to that kind of concern that in some ways we should be teaching them some of these things because they will make use of them in their jobs later on? Would it really matter if my letter back to a constituent was written by AI if it handled the issue properly? I don't do that, by the way, right now. I'm just saying. But so again, how do we teach them to use it properly? How do we incorporate it?
Oh, yes, we do need to teach how to use the tools properly, but this is also an education question. because the professors and teachers who are very concerned about the use of generative AI by students are still kind of holding on to a past way of teaching. And so as these tools exist in the landscape, and they will be expected as students and then workers to utilize them so that there's effective human AI teaming, teachers have to start looking at what is the best way to assess a student's learning. And it may not be a term paper anymore in 2023 like it was in 1923 and in 1953 or 1973. You know, we've been doing the term paper for quite a long time. And as these things change, we have to start asking different questions about how education is delivered and the rationale for how students are being assessed and for what purpose. And I think that's the big question, less so whether or not the tool should be taught. We taught how to use an abacus at one point, and then a slide rule. That's in my lifetime. I went from a Smith Corona to a Tandy. So all of these tools are going to continue to evolve, and we need to teach students how to use them properly so that they're armed with the information so that they can be effective. But we also have to, at the same time, look at education overall and maybe start to overhaul some of these ways of assessing students and delivering information for enduring understanding and mastery now that these things exist. It's not going to invalidate Fink's or Bloom's taxonomy or Orton Gillingham. It's just going to continue to build.
All right, thank you. Senator Hester, we're down to 3 minutes before the next group. Did you have a question?
I had just a quick comment to
sorry.
add to that, and there's not, I think, I can't add a ton to what Ms. Motter said just because it's, you know, I think it's right on. The one thing I would add, however, is that I'm hearing some of the critics and those who are more concerned about the question of sort of over-reliance mention that there is a challenge when people aren't actually engaged in quite the same amount of intellectual activity. So it's very well true that, you know, we're going to be using these tools, and it might change what we're going to do with the term paper or any number of other things. But then what are those other things? So what are those other things that aren't just us pantomiming what we've done in the past, but kids using AI to do it? You know, rather than giving kids true cognitive challenges so that in fact they are learning, you know, exercising their abilities. I mean, a lot of things we learn in school we don't use later, but they exercise our faculties in ways that are quite important. So how are we going to do that? And without the kind of support for teachers and curriculum and all that stuff to figure this stuff out, the tools might end up actually not having the effect that people would hope they would.
Thank you. Senator?
So really quickly, because I know that we're now short on time, when you think about the state of Maryland and kind of the state level framework and the local level curriculum, and then we think about, you know, tailoring educational experiences to each student and automating kind of grading and, you know, tutors, like you said, New Jersey had like automated tutors. Where does the guidance, are you suggesting that the guidance and the incentives for that kind of stuff come from the state, or should we leave that up to the local jurisdictions?
Oh, I think it's yes and yes. You want some guidance from the state in terms of protection of privacy, making sure that certain guidelines are met that protect students based on the state's parameters. But then you want to give local jurisdictions the ability to apply the technology in a way that makes sense for them, because the state can mandate something, but the local jurisdiction may still be in a digital divide and there's no way for it to meet it. So you need certain things from the state, protections. If you want us at the state level, ensure that that gap gets narrowed between those who have access to the technology and those who don't. That's something that can be done. But in terms of understanding and navigating the individual jurisdiction, they still need that flexibility because they're seeing the students at the ground level, and they need to be able to adapt to that.
All right. Want to thank you, Ms. Waters, Mr. Von Zastrow. That was amazing, excellent, great information. To all the members, if you have any follow-up questions, please forward them to the Joint Committee staff who can forward them along. So I want to thank you both, and you're certainly free to listen to any of the others and any of the other segments that we have now or during the later part of our briefing today. Going to move next to consumer protection and constituent service, now from 10:20 to 11:20. We actually have an hour here. We have 3 speakers in this case. We have Justin Brookman, Hannah Abrams, Ayel Darman. If the 3 of you can, I guess, introduce yourself in that order, Mr. Brookman, Ms. Abrams, Mr. Darman, and then each of you get that 12 to 14 minutes to speak, and we will end with a little more time for questions for this segment. Go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, I believe I was first. Hi, I'm Justin Brookman. I'm Director of Technology Policy at Consumer Reports, head of our work on tech advocacy, especially at the state level. Previously worked at the Federal Trade Commission on tech policy and the New York Attorney.
Hi, I'm Hannah Abrams. I'm with the Consumer Protection Division of the Office of the Attorney General. My enforcement portfolio includes privacy and data security. And previously, I've practiced all over the country on the other side of the table. So happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ayel Darman. I'm a part of Accenture's leadership team at the state of Maryland. I focus on generative AI, and I lead our North America practice for generative AI at Accenture. Looking forward to today's conversation.
Thank you all so much. Thank you again for being here. And to anyone new who has logged on, this is a 5-hour meeting today with different segments. And we are now beginning the consumer protection and constituent service. And go ahead for each of you with your presentations. Mr. Brookman. You were on mute at the moment.
Yeah, and I'm trying to share my screens. I'm going to try to make sure I share the right the right screen. Okay. I'm having trouble sharing my screen right now.
Just going to say to staff, if the sharing capacity has been shared with our 3 speakers, and it looks like we may have in fact even lost Mr. Brookman momentarily. So if staff can ensure that they all have that capacity, and I think in the meantime, Ms. Abrams, if you would like to go ahead.
Thank you. Give me 1 second, and if I can't share, I'll just talk if you don't mind. So I understand that this committee has been listening to some subject-specific presentations earlier today, and I imagine that the issues that I'm going to cover will also have been raised in the earlier presentations because a lot of them are not siloed. The issues in education likely overlap with those in consumer protection, et cetera. So with that caveat, I'll say that artificial intelligence is not new. The sophistication of AI and machine learning technology is new, but automated decision-making is not. The relatively new and accelerated problem that with AI relates to the speed and scale by which it conducts analysis. We have some existing tools that can be used in the context of AI, even if they may not be the best fit. So what existing legislation do we have? First, we have the Consumer Protection Act. It can, we use it to protect consumers from unfair, abusive, or deceptive trade practices. That includes if a business makes misleading representation about consumer goods, consumer realty, or consumer services, or if it omits material facts. So if a company makes a claim using or about AI that is not accurate, that company can be held accountable. If a company makes a claim about the presence of AI, they can also be held accountable. But there are limits to the application of the Consumer Protection Act. First, the consumer is defined by the act must be involved, and that is limited to an actual or prospective purchaser, lessee, or recipient of consumer goods, services, or realty or credit. So the legislature has expanded that definition. So there are a couple of other specific cases, such as nonprofits, certain kinds of nonprofits, but it excludes a whole host of things, such as business-to-business transactions, even if they impact consumers. There are also other scenarios of the like that are excluded from the Consumer Protection Act. And it also is limited to the types of transactions that are delineated in the Consumer Protection Act. The second piece of legislation that we have is the Maryland Personal Information Protection Act. It requires companies to take steps to ensure data security. As we've mentioned, AI is built on data, so that applies to a small aspect of the AI industry. How do they maintain their data? But it provides no regulation regarding the collection or use. So in a lot of ways, the existing consumer protection legislation is not a good match for AI. There's also other contexts and others AI-specific legislation in Maryland. Thus far, Maryland has taken more of a sectoral approach to new AI legislation. What I mean by that is specific use cases arise and legislation is drafted to address those uses. A different approach would be to adopt more comprehensive AI legislation. But some of the sectoral regulations include, in the labor and employment context, Maryland prohibits employers from using certain facial recognition services to create a facial template during an applicant's interview, unless the applicant consents by signing a waiver. And this legislation was passed in response to systems that use candidates' computer or cell phone cameras to analyze their facial movements and evaluate their word choice and speaking voice before ranking them against other applicants based on automatically generated employability scores. In the criminal proceedings context involving juveniles, courts are required to consider the results of a tool, metric, algorithm, or software before placing a child in detention. And finally, the General Assembly has funded the Maryland Manufacturing Program 4.0. It's a $1 million fund that provides grants to help Maryland manufacturers with the need to adopt Industry 4.0 related technologies, machinery, robotics, basically in order to maintain competitiveness. Each of these statutes are limited in their application, but there are other approaches. Since the heart of the problem is that the data economy and data processing is becoming increasingly complicated, transparency requirements are often a first step because they require little expertise or capacity. Transparency involves allowing us to understand the full life cycle of the data, where it comes from, how it's used, and what happens at each step. It can also help individuals and businesses make better choices about which AI developers to patronize or work with. AI developers themselves may realize from public disclosures that there are problems with their systems. Journalism can lead to public scrutiny that leads to changes in practices of AI algorithms and how developers use them. And requiring the AI technology is thoughtful and considered in terms of how it impacts consumers. Impact assessments are an important tool to ensure that companies are acting responsibly. This applies both to the companies that are developing AI systems and companies that are using the AI systems. Because there may be different impacts that each of those constituents can consider and anticipate. And impact assessments must include steps to mitigate the harms related to minors, disparate impact based on protected characteristics, life opportunities, etc. And requiring impact assessments before the product is released can also be a protective first step. And to the extent that harms to consumers do appear, requiring the companies to document how they intend to mitigate them. This includes evaluating algorithms for inaccuracy, discrimination, distortion of information, misuse of underlying data, and other significant flaws. Otherwise, algorithms appear as black boxes whose authors have already decided what's good, what's bad, or possibly not even thought about the negative impacts. Since AI designed to be neutral can have disparate impacts, we've all heard about the facial recognition systems that are less accurate when identifying non-whites. There was a journal article published in Science that revealed that an algorithm that was developed to target medical interventions to the sickest patients, a good intention, ended up funneling resources to certain constituents to the detriment of others. And is the AI trained on accurate data? Is the data representative? And finally, is it maintained securely? As I mentioned, AI is built on data. So AI development often depends on the ingestion of large sets of data inputs that are used to train algorithms to make smart decisions. When it involves personal data, and we can impact it by focusing on data privacy laws. Any legislation that regulates the collection and use of data could regulate AI as well. And many other states have passed comprehensive privacy legislation that could apply to AI. At present, Maryland does not have a comprehensive privacy law. Several examples of how these existing state privacy laws and federal laws apply directly to the development and use of AI include the following. Ad tech is, in terms of industry specific data privacy laws, such as switching to healthcare. HIPAA regulates data that is collected by medical providers and their business associates, but it's limited. It was drafted for a long time ago at this point in the technology world, and it does not cover entities such as and products such as Fitbit, BetterHelp, GoodRx, because they're not considered medical providers. So they can collect and sell consumer data without limitation. Any use of personal data that's used to support credit, employment, insurance, housing, or similar decisions can be subject to federal regulation under the Federal Credit Reporting Act, the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, et cetera. And a subset of data privacy laws establish rigorous protections regarding collection and use of biometric identifiers in some states. So as this committee has recognized and even hosting these presentations, the first step is to extend what we have in order to ensure that this legal regime meets the moment. And the tremendous growth of AI underscores the need for a comprehensive, not just in certain sectors, but comprehensive privacy bill. It would ensure that companies behave responsibly when they collect and use consumer information, including in the context of AI. We can't speak about responsibly regulating AI without starting to safeguard individuals' personal data. AI has only amplified the trends of collection, use, and monetization of consumer data. It's because we have so little control over the personal data that companies can use it at will, and AI can be used so perniciously. So ultimately, data privacy regulation is AI regulation. How does it how does privacy regulation regulate AI? It requires data minimization. It limits the ability to hoover up data with regard to the type of data being collected, where it's being collected from, whether consumers are even aware of its collection. It also is, in this way, it limits first-party data surveillance as well as data warehousing by data brokers and big tech. And it's the first line of defense in terms of data security. Bad actors can't steal what companies don't collect. Privacy legislation also provides consumers with data rights, which compel transparency to the inputs and how they're used. So these restrictions include restrictions on what information can be collected. The consumers would have the right to correct data, which would ensure that it's the data being used to train AI is accurate, the right to opt out of data collection and or sale in the first place, and even the right to know what's being collected. We need to be able to explain to users upfront what they're consenting to and how their data will be used. And this has to be very clear. If I'm providing the data, what is going to happen to it and what am I giving up? And users should be able to revoke their consent and delete their data if they change their mind. It also requires, privacy legislation also requires data assessments and impact assessments. It requires companies to provide regulators with assessments so that the data and the algorithms can be evaluated. Privacy regulation also includes anti-discrimination obligations to enhance the existing regulatory protections to prevent algorithmic or automated decision-making harms. If any of the personal data at issue is sensitive or involves special categories of personal data, whether it's biometrics, health, credit, financial, children's data, or the like, or if the output involves decisions with legal effects for individuals, including credit, employment, discrimination, data privacy laws can impose significant restraints on its use. And it can also provide consumers with the right to opt out in the first instance.
Ms. Abrams, can we just have 1 or 2 more minutes on your segment?
Yes. I was just going to address the ways beyond data privacy regulation that legislation could protect consumers. And that could be to require companies creating or using AI products for important eligibility decisions to closely consider the ability to explain your product. And if you deny consumers something based on algorithmic decision-making, explain why and disclose the factors that affected the score. We could require companies that use targeted advertising to explain to consumers why they were targeted and based on what data and what algorithm. It would enhance consumer choice and prevent manipulation. And we could require watermarks to designate AI-generated materials so consumers have the opportunity to evaluate the information within that context. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Brookman, I saw you log back on within a minute of earlier. And while Ms. Abrams takes down her screen share, if you're tried to then upload yours.
Yeah, let me try one more time. If not, I'll do it without slides. Apologies for that.
No problem. All right, we can see it.
Hey, how about that? Okay, you can see the whole slides. Cool. Cool. Let me just go ahead and jump right into it then. And so I'm here to talk about some of the harms that we see from AI. And then I'm going to talk into some of the other solutions to address them. Hannah covered some of these, so I'll try to go over some of them relatively quickly. This is not designed, obviously you guys are having a whole 5-hour hearing. There are a lot of issues here that kind of bleed into consumer protection, like competition, like sustainability, the environmental costs from running generative AI systems, misinformation, including commercial misinformation. I'm not going to talk about those as much because I've limited amount of time. But these are, I think, a bucket of important harms from AI. And again, to be clear, we recognize there are absolutely clear benefits from AI too. These are some of the externalities that I think that legislators are grappling with that I think like legislative intervention may well be appropriate. Hannah talked about privacy, so I'm not going to cover it a ton. Obviously, this has been an issue for 20, 30, 40 years. I think the confluence of data collection and storage getting cheaper, data processing getting cheaper and better. I think there's more and more concern that companies will have more and more data about us, and therefore, they can do price discrimination. They can micro target us. They'll have relatively more power over us as a result of data collection and AI. And then the question is like, when does that become too much? And I think some degree of privacy legislation to rebalance the scales to make sure that when I go into a negotiation with a company, they don't know every single thing about me, I think is appropriate, and I'll talk about some of the interventions that we've done there so far. Intellectual property is, I think, an interesting one. It's not one that's like directly a consumer protection issue, but consumers, it matters for their lives. And so if I go to ChatGPT and say, hey, can I have for example, consumer reports, I'm on the advocacy side, but we're also a publisher. We create ratings, we do investigative journalism. If someone can go to ChatGPT and say, hey, what does consumer report say, or the top 5 rated cars, In some ways, in the short term, that's good. They can get information cheaper and easily. But then where will the incentives be for publishers to create data? We've also heard about people who generate art. If their art is then scraped from online and ChatGPT or DALL-E can simply recreate it, is that fair? Is that a right result? What are the policy interventions we want to see to make sure that content creators can still get the benefit or are incentivized to create content going forward? Bias is another big one that I think we've seen a lot of legislation designed to address so far. Obviously, the history of discrimination in this country. If generative AI or AI is trained on biased data, it can lead to biased results. And also, AI has this kind of aura of magic around it. And if we get biased results and we are not able to query it, we don't know why they generated biased results. This could just perpetuate historical inequalities. The example I have here on the right is a relatively benign one from Twitter's cropping algorithm. If you posted two images to Twitter of one of a white person and one of a black person, Twitter would crop it and they'd show the white person. And to Twitter's credit, they recognized this was a problem. They open sourced the software, and they let people help kind of hack at it and explain what was going on. There are obviously a lot more pernicious issues. Hannah talked about some of them. We've seen some in lending issues and digital redlining, where again, AI, if we don't know why it's delivering the results that it can deliver biased results. Cybersecurity is an incredibly important one. The privacy legislation that we're talking about often generally has data security requirements as well. Generative AI actually makes it kind of democratizes hacking in a lot of ways. If I can go to ChatGPT and say, hey, how do I hack into this system? And it's much easier than going to Stack Overflow and getting maybe confusing Python instructions. It does make it easier for people to then go after systems, and then it becomes an arm race. Do I need to deploy AI on my side, on the company side, to make sure that I'm protected against cybersecurity threats? Degradation of customer service is, I think, something we've all encountered when we're trying to call Comcast or try to call to return a gift, and we're confronted with an AI system and we can't talk to a human being. I think people feel kind of affronted that they don't necessarily know if the bot or the chat bubble they're talking to is a human being or not. And is that a good result? Should there be rules in place to say, you are interacting with an AI? I think that's something that we've also seen some legislative efforts to try to address. Snake oil, I think, is one. I think, again, AI has this imprimatur of magic, and people think it's amazing, and the results that it delivers obviously must be backed up by science. We've seen a ton of bad AI put out there, with not means tested, no scientific basis behind it, but companies promising, hey, we are rolling out this service. It is AI, therefore you can trust it. Professor Arvind Narayan at Princeton has a book out called AI Snake Oil, which I've not read yet, but I have on order. This is an example from a couple of years ago. This was a babysitter rating service where you would put a prospective babysitter's name into the service. They would run a review, and they would deliver this result here. They're saying this: Rebecca here has a risk of 5 for bullying and harassment, a risk of 5 for drug abuse. Again, there is no scientific basis behind this. The algorithm that they were using to generate these scores was very rudimentary, probably not compliant with the Fair Credit Reporting Act or Equal Employment Opportunity Act. This was quickly pulled down, but I think there are other examples of people over marketing what AI can do, and again, that can lead to consumer confusion and bad results. Impersonation is an incredibly important one. If you can go to off-the-shelf tools and just recreate my voice here on the right, I did a Google search for AI voice impersonation, and there were several sponsored results. Well, yes, I'm happy to do AI voice impersonation for you. We have seen a lot of evidence of people using AI voice impersonation for fraud. Obviously, deepfakes, whether you consider that a consumer protection issue or not, is definitely something that a lot of people are concerned about, the use of AI to generate adversarial involuntary pornographic images. It's something that we have seen legislation designed to address in a number of states. And then, like, this is, there are companies on here, and there will be companies who are who are happily saying we are committing fraud. I think there's an open question about what responsibility Google has for that. If Google is surfacing results that say, hey, here's ways to do AI voice impersonation, what responsibilities does Google or maybe ChatGPT have to deal with that? And that's the last of the issues that I have here, platform accountability. Do the makers of these systems bear responsibility for the results they put out? Obviously, ChatGPT famously has hallucinations, has put out inaccurate information. They have like a little disclaimer at the bottom saying, hey, don't trust these. At what point are they committing fraud? Are they confusing people? If there are ways they know that people are misusing their systems and there are things they can do to remediate, do they have an obligation to do so? On the right here, I have ChatGPT's system card, which is it's like 50 pages, very thoughtful about how they are trying to address bad uses by bad actors in their systems. Other deployers of AI may not be as conscientious, and this may not be the case going forward. So a few potential solutions that we have seen at the state and federal level to try to address some of these issues, and I'll try to not to overlap too much with Hannah. Mostly, we have seen this try to be addressed through privacy and security legislation. I think just last year, 5 or 6 states passed new laws. Overall, we have like over 10 now, and I think we'll continue to see a ton in 2024 as well. I think there's important questions around, just passing privacy legislation alone isn't going to do it. And candidly, I think the laws we have passed so far have not been sufficient to address the privacy concerns, let alone the AI concerns. One of the biggest questions is, what does it actually do? Do you have to opt in, affirmatively consent to data collection, which can be annoying, right? If you ever visited a website and you have to click OK every time they want to drop cookies, that's not a good result. On the other hand, opt-out based laws are annoying too, because you have to go find the settings for every single website or app or store that you go to. That's not actually usable. You could have universal opt-outs where you can tell the world you want your data not sold. Data minimization is something that Hannah talked about. If by default companies are prohibited from selling data, that actually would be a very strong law, though most of the laws that we see that talk about data minimization don't really implement data minimization. You do want to have some degree of secondary uses, just because we want them to process the transaction, but some degree of learning and development is reasonable. And so, what are the exceptions, especially around first-party data, the data that the company is not buying about you, should be for AI development. We are seeing more and more of these laws are explicitly addressing automated decision making. I'm going to talk a little bit about that in the next slide. And then one of the biggest controversies around these laws is around the role of private enforcement. I used to work for a state AG's office. I think state AGs do amazing work, that they are strapped, they are under-resourced, and do they have the ability to police AI systems is an open question. So I think some degree of private enforcement is a reasonable intervention. So a lot of these privacy laws do have some degree of due process rights around AI. So one's explainability. This is something that we see in the Fair Credit Reporting Act. If you're denied a loan, they have to tell you why. They can't just put it through AI and say, sorry, the AI says you are not creditworthy. They have to tell you, no, sorry, you defaulted on a loan 5 years ago. You don't make enough money, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We have seen ideas about trying to apply those ideas to other automated decision-making systems. Contestability, like if you get a bad result from AI, maybe you should be able to say, could a human look at that? Because I don't think this is the right result. That's also something we've seen in a number of these new privacy or privacy adjacent laws that are being enacted. And then maybe you should just opt out entirely. This is something that actually is reflected in the GDPR in Europe. You have a right to turn off automated data processing. I think there are some practical challenges with that. People can't turn off all the algorithms, and it has not actually been effective in the European Union. But there may be some cases where it does make sense for you to be able to opt out of certain automated data processing. Probably the other second biggest area that we're seeing a lot of legislation is around bias issues. Again, these AI systems can, in some cases, advertently or in many cases inadvertently deliver biased results. And so we're seeing legislation put in place to think about all the potential bad uses when you're deploying these systems, test it from the beginning, have fairness by design as a principle of development. So one piece is like making clear that civil rights laws, again, passed in the 1960s, do apply to these systems, and I think largely they do. There are some open questions in some narrow cases. And then requiring audits, like, okay, test it as you deploy it, and make sure that you're delivering fair results. We've seen a number of bills at the federal level. We've seen the Biden administration's AI Bill of Rights. There are a couple of other bills. One here in DC, where I am, the Stop Discrimination by Algorithms Act. We see a couple of bills in California. Again, roughly all along these lines, requiring fairness by design and audits. Another important issue is external testability. So someone like Consumer Reports, we test products. Can we test AI systems? It's actually really hard, but increasingly when systems are smarter and more sophisticated, they can do shady things as well. So I have the image of Volkswagen up in the corner. Volkswagen famously, when they knew they were in US government labs, they would ratchet down their deployment of NO2 and SO2 to try to fool government sensors. AI is really smart. And so if Elon Musk knows that Consumer Reports is testing the Tesla at our test track, if it behaves differently, then we can't deliver fair and interesting results to consumers. And so what are the legal impediments or easements we have to empower third-party testing? But if a company says in their contract, by purchasing us, you agree not to test us, or you agree to run your results by us first, or we assert copyright law in all your test results, and we've seen all of these, that does make it harder to hold actors accountable for what they do. I only have a couple more slides, and I know we're running short on time. A few other things, like some degree of mandated transparency. One, maybe developers of AI systems should be required to share some data with researchers, with testers like Consumer Reports, so that we have the ability to kick the tires and make sure they are delivering fair results. We're also seeing legislation so to tell you when you are interacting with an AI, so you're not stuck in maybe you're stuck in the same chatbot circle, but at least you know that you're not dealing with a human being. And then to know when AI is making decisions about you, in order to exercise those due process rights. If you know that this was funneled through an algorithm and you want to be able to challenge it, you in the first place have to know that you were denied maybe an important opportunity because of an AI system. Intellectual property issues, I think Hannah talked about some of these ideas, maybe watermarking images, otherwise using standardized ways to tell Google or ChatGPT or whoever, don't use this to train AI, don't scrape the data from this, or don't reuse this data just to regurgitate my results. I think there's a lot of developments around here. The federal legislation introduced, I think, last week by Darrell Issa to try to address that. But I do think it's an incredibly important and difficult issue in how to govern the use of generative AI. I think this is my last slide, but this is also an incredibly important issue to make sure that regulators are set up to deal with this. Again, I was in the New York Attorney General's office. We had an internet bureau to try to address online harms. We had 3 attorneys. I was also in the Federal Trade Commission's Office of Technology, but that was 5 people, and trying to use 5 people to take on Google, Facebook, Meta, thousands of companies. Regulators just aren't set up to deal with this now. So making sure that the Federal Trade Commission and AG's offices have technologists, have the capacity, have technological resources to try to address this is going to be incredibly important. But finally, we are seeing, legislation on a few other ways to deal with it, prohibiting certain practices like deep fakes. We've seen legislation a number of times. California passed an inventory bill, which says, government should check and see what AI systems we have in place, just so they know. Again, kind of a rudimentary first step. Licensing is an interesting idea to say, you have to get an affirmative license, and this is in Senators Blumenthal and Hawley have a bill on this. They also have a bill saying that Section 230, which provides immunity for intermediaries, does not apply to generative AI since they are generative. And then we're seeing lots of laws say, let's set up a working group. Again, just maybe kick the can down the road, but it does make sense, I think, to think through these really hard issues. And again, we do want to have the benefits of generative AI and AI systems while taking meaningful steps to remediate the harms. With that, thank you for your patience. Apologies for technical mishaps tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions y'all might have. And now I've got to figure out how to undo my slides.
Yes, there should be something on the bottom. Yes, you've got it. Thank you, Mr. Brookman. We'll move to Mr. Darman, and then when he is done, we will have, I think only unfortunately 10 minutes for questions. But let's give Mr. Darman his chance to give his presentation. Thank you. You are muted, though. We do see your screen. Oh, we see many screens. There you go.
Let me unmute first, and then let me share my screen again. And I think you can see it now. Thank you very much. I think the conversation, listening into the conversation from the prior two presenters, I think it's very important to be conscious and aware of these types of information. And I'm going to give you a little bit, maybe the glass half full perspective of generative AI. And I want to make sure we think of these technologies, and I think someone said this earlier, like spell check. It doesn't mean that we need to go and do full automated decision-making with no human in any loop whatsoever, but rather we need to think about how do we slowly integrate components of this into the technologies, into the work that each and every one of us do. I only have 4 slides. This is one of them. So we're going to give you a little bit of a perspective. The way Accenture looks at generative AI, we think of these kind of 4 priority areas. How do we help provide better citizen services, resident services that impact consumers, and how do they are able to then benefit from these capabilities? How does the workforce start to leverage these technologies to augment the work they do? Not replace, but augment. How does an enterprise leverage these technologies to change how they approach problem solving? How do they approach different ways of transforming and leveraging these new technologies and capabilities? And then lastly, cybersecurity, defense, safety. How do we apply those various principles with generative AI? I'm going to focus on citizen services for us. And what I'll do is talk a little bit about, and I'm going to jump to the last slide here, talk a little bit about how an example of a contact center, how this generative AI technology could help improve the services that a resident in the state of Maryland has when they go to reach out a department or an agency with various services. And if you think of this example, we've got a resident who either calls in, or if there's a chat capability, they would ask a question through a chat. Now, our call centers today, not all of them are 24/7. And so a generative AI solution would be made available to augment the services that an agency provides. And not replacing, but rather assisting and improving and adding an additional channel of interaction. So let's start with the call side, and then we'll do a similar flow with the chat. So a caller calls today, they have a question, they may be waiting 2, 3, 4 minutes, maybe longer, unfortunately, to get to a call center agent. And that call center agent takes some time in order to provide a response to them. If you look at call center wait times in the public service space in general, they are typically higher than they are in the private sector. But they're also, in some cases, long to the point where the resident isn't really getting the service they need. And the space of call centers and the people that are call center agents are in a space where typically turnover is sometimes 30, 40%. So you have to continuously train users who are call center agents. You continuously have to make sure that they're giving accurate, reliable, and complete information. And that sometimes causes the human behavior of, I call in, no matter how long I wait, if I don't get the answer I liked, let me call again. Let me hang up, thank you, and I'm gonna try it one more time. And that sometimes leads to degraded service. And then after the call, a call center agent spends somewhere between 1 and 5 minutes summarizing, taking actions on the conversation that they just completed. That's what we do today. Now, let me show you how we're seeing and augmenting that end-to-end experience to better provide services. So first, the caller calls in, still in the prompts that they get asked, maybe there's some additional automations for maybe some simple questions that they may have, so that they don't have to wait to talk to a human to get it answered. But let's say that's not the question they're asking for. They have a specific transaction. They get to a call center agent. Now that call center agent potentially has a generative AI solution that's listening to the conversation. You want to make sure that you're transparent with the caller to say, I have these additional tools that I'm using that's going to help me serve you better. So now as the agent and the AI is listening to the caller with their request, the AI is prompting me, the agent, with information about how to better service that caller. It's not replacing the act of me providing service to that caller, but what it's doing is it's prompting me with maybe a knowledge article about the specific ask that that individual is asking for, so that I can make sure I'm giving accurate, reliable, and complete answers. It's also potentially helping me provide automation to maybe the person wants to change their address. It helps me then prompt the action to go make that change of address, making my life as a call center agent a little bit more effective, a little bit more efficient. Now, at the end of that call, it's going to listen and take the complete transcript of that call and summarize it, so that I, the agent, don't need to then spend some time say, well, here's what was asked, here's what we did. It prompts me with a draft of what the summary is. I can read that draft, I can edit it, I can revise it, and then I can save it to the system that I'm using to track the calls as they come through. Now, what just happened in that transaction with an AI participating, I don't think of it as a human in the loop. I think of it as a computer in the group. Sorry for the cliche, but it's a computer who's helping me. It's giving me, prompting me with information to better service the caller. It's summarizing and drafting for me some information about how to better complete the work that I need to do as an agent. It's empowering me to shorten the time it takes for me to service that agent, or sorry, service that resident. And by shortening the time it takes me to service that resident, it has the following effect. It's going to reduce the overall time by somewhere in the 15 to 20%. Therefore, I can take more calls from more residents. Therefore, the call time that we have, the 3 to 5, in some cases, unfortunately, if you look at certain agencies and departments in across public service, people wait for 30 minutes to get to an agent. It reduces it so that we can serve more people, so that we can provide more services. And it's not just speed, but it's also more accurate, reliable, and complete services to residents. So now if you apply that flow of a caller, now let's apply it to a chat. Similar process. The chat, I type in a request, maybe the virtual agent that's powered by generative AI has more information by which to be able to serve me. And as I get to a human chat agent, they are also prompted with the same flow and the same pieces of information to listen to the call or read the chat, to provide me, the agent who's typing away responses, with suggestions of how to get to information. Now, we're also expecting that by turning on these point enhancements capabilities to call center agents, the turnover of call center agents will go down, because they're really spending more time helping people. They're spending less time on what I would call the administrivia of their job. And I equate that to the same thing with spell check. All of us used to have dictionaries on our desks that we opened and checked spelling on things. And that took, 30 seconds to a minute if we could find the right spelling, and then we typed it. And now in every computer application that we use, there's a little red squiggly line every time I misspell something. And I can right click it, and I, the person, the human, can make a decision. And that to me is where we are seeing the starting point of this technology being used. It's not automated decision making. There's no automation in the decision process. It's just making me a little bit more effective in the work that I do, and likely also making me as a call center agent a little bit more satisfied with my job. I'm not going to have the highest turnover that you see in this industry, which is call center agents, 30, 40, in some cases, it's been as high as 50%. And as a result, the end user, the resident who needs to apply for a benefit, who needs to apply for unemployment and needs support, they're getting better services at the end. And that's really the glass half full kind of perspective on generative AI. Is we need to make sure we've got the right measurements in place to prevent us from doing things that are not responsible. It's making sure that we've got consumer protections in order to audit and verify these capabilities and make sure that they're used properly. But there's also aspects of this technology that could be used to augment the work that we do and help all of us kind of turn on more spell checks into our day-to-day lives as we incorporate these into existing processes, existing workflows, existing processes that are each and every one of our state agencies, departments, private sector, public sector are using throughout our work week. Now, I'll give you an example. We've turned on a virtual agent, kind of follows that chat model. And in order to help make sure that people know where we're getting the answer from, we're applying the same thing that was said before about showing the source. I kind of like the idea of the nutritional facts for technology. And so our nutritional facts here is a source colon with a link to where we source the information to answer that question. So that if a person is interested in understanding the source of where we provided them an answer to their question, they now have the ability to link to it and they're able to see the source information. And that is part of, in this case, Accenture's responsible AI pledge and responsible AI guardrails that we put in place in every solution that we implement, because it is important to make sure that people have not just awareness, but a higher degree of trust, so that you don't get into the circumstance that I think our prior presenter shared around someone who's a babysitter service and it's making up stuff about them, and that's not acceptable in any way, shape, or form. So that's a little bit about the capability itself. I'll turn off the screen share, and I think you guys are going to do a group Q&A.
Yes, we are. Thank you so much. Thank you to all three of you. Thank you for Ms. Abrams for stepping in when we are otherwise having technological issues. While I wait for hands from my colleagues, and I do see at least one of our next speakers coming up. I do see some questions. Let's start with the Delegate Bartlett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. My question is for the representative from Accenture, Mr. Darman. I like what you were saying about the call center, hopefully cutting down the turnover and the wait time, because this is a huge problem that our constituents have. I want to kind of tailor it down to housing issues. So where there is a housing shortage, which our state has, and I'm sure other states as well, affordability housing, is there the thing that I was concerned about is a person could still go through the process that you outlined, that nice outline that you just showed us. When they get to the end, what would Accenture offer with respect to the knowledge of the inventory that is available, the housing inventory, as well as the tracking measure on when an individual has been selected for housing? I mean, because as it stands now, we're at the 2000s on some of the housing wait list.
To me, The technology, I'll kind of tailor it to a housing example. In a housing example, the information that would help the agent is essentially prompt them with information up front, so that they don't have to say, which is like my personal pet peeve, let me put you on hold. And they're not putting on hold and then twiddling their thumbs. They're scrambling to look for information and to find all these disparate data sets in order to give me the answer to the question that I, the caller, in this case, in your example of housing, is calling about. All I want to do is I want to make the agent have all the information they want to at their fingertips. And so let's say we took housing data that's publicly available that they're already going to be using. They just are manually searching through it. And what we would propose is to load that into a private large language model, a generative AI solution that is not exposing things to outside. It's something that's used internally within housing and urban development agencies to be able to get an answer faster to the agent so that they can share that information with the caller. And so what that will do is, and I don't know what your housing call times are, but it will help to reduce the time it takes for an agent to service a resident. And it is the time is the critical part here. It's not going to replace the agent. It's not going to tell the agent to say something wrong. It's going to prompt them with information instead of them going to search and hunt down something. And I've worked in call centers. The worst thing to do is to say, let me put you on hold. And then you're like hunting down information for that person. It's getting that information faster to the agent to serve the customer better.
One more quick question. So is the agent, is AI listening in the background to the telephone conversation? For lack of a better way?
It is exactly what it's doing. It's listening. And what it's doing is it's taking information that's being exchanged between you, the caller, and me, the agent, and then pre-searching for the agent so that the agent doesn't have to click and start searching. It's not doing anything else other than that. It's really just taking and it's not saving the call, the transcript between the call between you and me. It would be saved based on the department or the agency's retention record policies. It doesn't have to be saved at the end. It just is used for in the moment to be able to do that searching and finding that information. It's just making the agent a little bit of a super agent and have some superpowers to help them better service our residents.
Thank you, Delegate Bartlett, and thank you for that answer. And I was going to go somewhere down that line because I often find that the chatbots give me really bad advice, and I always like shoot to the real person. But I like the example that you provided and kind of the analogy to spell check in terms of how it's providing the resources, but the person is still making the decision. Delegate Hill, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all very much for the presentations this morning. Mr. Brookman, I really appreciated your giving us some concrete examples of what kind of legislation we should be considering. And I wanted to ask you specifically, when you talked about automatic signaling, and your example was, for instance, robot.txt, right? So that this information was given. And you also talked about being able to test this stuff, right? So it has to be duplicatable or whatever. And it reminded me of our voting machines and the ability for folks to kind of try and do hackathons to see how safe they are. So my question is, when we start looking at this stuff, what kinds of oversight or enforcement? So if we say, for instance, that you've got to do signaling and some company or some program is not properly signaled, how do we know that? And what kinds of punitive action or redirection options are there to bring particularly private? I mean, we can do it in the state, but if it's private industries who aren't following the rules.
Yeah, that's an important question, because again, there's probably a lot of non-compliance going on, but how are regulators set up to find it? I'll say one, again, funding regulators, giving regulators the power to do this is important. I mean, when I joined the New York AG's office, we didn't even have broadband access. We had dial-up modems. I guess that was a long time ago now. But that was my first thing. Can I actually get a broadband so I can, go create my undercover account? I do think working in partnership, and this is something that we've done at Consumer Reports, working in partnership with universities. There are some amazing universities out there that are doing cutting edge research on this. And I know Gabriella from Morgan State, we've worked with them and I've been incredibly impressed by the work that they've done. We've also worked with, California, Berkeley, Northeastern, again, smart folks, again, who I think are willing to collaborate with AG's offices and regulators, again, to try to find this stuff. I think there definitely has to be consequences. I do think a lot of this is actually already gettable under consumer protection law, under unfair and deceptive acts and practices law. There needs to be more enforcement of it. Robots.txt is an interesting thing. So you have the ability right now to put on your website, robots.txt, which means Google does not scrape it. But even today, the legal import of that is not known. It's been out there for like 30 years. Google ignores it. They don't necessarily have to. And so I think there has to be some more clarification about the signals. So again, I think, and again, that can be informal from regulators saying, hey, we think that this actually needs to happen. Again, I think robots.txt is just binary. It's probably not enough. There needs to be a more robust signal. But I think that's going to have to be a part of a solution to all this.
And if I may follow up real quick. So again, using the example of voting machines where the hackathons are what are done to see if they're really secure, if there are backdoors there, does this kind of open source, encouraging folks to try and find out if the algorithm disclosures are robust and complete, if the AI is doing things we want, is that applicable to this or it's too complex to really work, or there's too much proprietary information to protect?
I think it is. It's a good question, Delegate, because it's a continuum. At some point, there's nice white hat hacking, and then there's gray hat, and then there's black hat hacking. Obviously, at some point, we have computer trespass laws. At some point, they are legitimate. I think right now they're written overly broadly. So I think good faith research, even like what Consumer Reports does, testing to make sure this car is not going to go off the road, arguably violates state computer trespass laws, the Federal Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. Also, again, these companies often will actually try to make it harder. And so, for example, Facebook famously does a lot of political ads. NYU put together a scraper to kind of collect all the political ads shown on there, along with why you were targeted. So if you're getting all the Trump or Bernie Sanders or whatever, to try to create a reason, a rationale about why people got that. But then Facebook wrote them a letter and saying, no, this is hacking. You're not allowed to do this. And so again, I think there are some bad faith moves that some companies are doing to frustrate transparency. And so again, I think it's a combination of a bunch of things to try to allow and empower good faith hacking, security research, let's say, while continuing to have prohibitions against illegal.
All right, Senator Hester, you have the last word, but you have a minute. So I think it's going to have to be a question that you ask that they answer at a later time.
Yeah, that's perfect. So first, I wanted to thank everybody for highlighting the importance of data privacy. We've had a data privacy bill for several years, and I will do whatever I take. It's not going to be my bill, but I'll do whatever it takes to get it through this year, the Senate. My question is for, I guess, everybody, if you want to offer it offline, but in particular for Ms. Abrams. I'm thinking about, once we pass the data privacy bill, what happens with assessment and testing? If we want to know what's in the algorithms and what we're buying at the state, how do we do that? Do we require companies to provide the assessments? Do we require independent assessments? Do we do our own assessments? And particularly for the Office of the Attorney General, what do you guys need? What do you need us to provide you with so you have the resources and the capability to get the job done?
I hate to do this to you, my joint chair, but it is 11:20 and we have to begin with the labor conversation. So please, to the three of you that just spoke, Ms. Abrams, Mr. Brookman, Mr. Darman, if you can get back to the Joint Committee staff with that answer of what Senator Hester asked, and to all the members, any questions that you have for any of these three experts who just spoke to us, please filter them through the Joint Committee. And then to all of you, thank you again. And then we'll make sure that the answers get back to everyone. Boy, I promised the senator that I would cut people off today, and unfortunately she's the one I've had to cut off. But again, I want to thank the three of you. We are moving on to the labor conversation. We do have our two speakers here. I see them on screen and now coming up live on their video, but we have Chandler Morse as well as Matthew Scherer. I apologize if I'm not pronouncing your names correctly. And if you could both introduce yourself, and then starting with Mr. Morse, and then I guess Mr. Morse, you're presenting first. Thank you so much for being here. And to everyone who's logged on in the past 20 minutes with us, this is part of a 5-hour briefing on 5 different topics within the use of AI and how we in the legislature can be smarter on the issues and potentially what type of legislation we can be pursuing in these given areas. So thank you again, Mr. Morse and Mr. Scherer.
Did you want me to just do a quick introduction? I'm Chandler Morse. I'm Vice President for Corporate Affairs for Workday.
All right.
And I'm Matt Scherer. I am Senior Policy Counsel for Workers' Rights and Technology at the Center for Democracy and Technology.
Well, thank you both. And if Mr. Morse, if you have a presentation.
Let me... I lost the...
It looked like you, oh, there we go.
Can you see your presentation?
We can see it, but you're getting a little fuzzy word verbally.
How about
we've lost your screen share and now I can't hear you.
It might be my internet connection, so I might provide the slides separately and just do the testimony if that sort of works. Apologize.
No problem. Thank you.
Great. My name's Chandler Morse. I serve as Vice President for Public Policy at Workday and manage all of our government relations and policy advocacy, which over the last several years has increasingly been focused on supporting meaningful regulatory steps to build trust in AI at the state, federal, and global level. I very much appreciate the opportunity to be here today, not only as a representative of Workday, but also as a Maryland resident of more than a couple of decades. While I may still be considered sort of from away in some quarters, I was smart enough to follow my lovely wife to Baltimore, where her family and now my kids are generations deep Marylanders. So your focus on ensuring that we're able to harness the benefits of AI while preventing unintended consequences for Marylanders is both of professional and personal interest to me. And as a former staffer of 5-hour plus hearing, I can't thank you enough for your continued attention and focus. So thank you very much to the Joint Committee. For those of you that don't know Workday, we're a leading provider of enterprise cloud applications for finance and human resources. So our applications are built with AI at their core in order to help organizations embrace the future of work. We are used by more than 10,000 organizations around the world and across industries, from medium-sized enterprises to more than half of the Fortune 500. Altogether, the Workday customer community represents about 65 million users under contract. That's the number of workers that are in our system. And we're proud to support many in the state of Maryland, including in the higher ed space, the University of Maryland system, from the municipality side, the cities of Baltimore, as well as Baltimore, Hartford, and Calvert counties. And we provide services to the statewide workforce as well. Today, my comments will focus on basically 3 areas. 1, how do we think about AI as an asset in the human resources context? 2, how we ensure that asset is developed in a responsible manner. And 3, steps that we hope you'll consider taking when it comes to building smart AI regulatory safeguards. So let me talk first about how we think about AI in the workforce context. Having innovated in this space with AI for nearly a decade, we view it as a game changer when it comes to unlocking human potential. While we leverage AI in a number of ways, it's particularly true when it comes to helping scale a skills-based approach to talent. In the past few years, if it's taught us anything, it's that the future of work is today and includes rapid change. I think there's this focus on how are we going to respond in the future? How are we going to respond in the future? And the fact is we're having to respond as we speak. As we've seen with other previous technological evolutions, AI will no doubt, oh, you're the best, will no doubt drive shifts in workers' roles and requisite skills. Workers will need new skills to succeed, and employers will wrestle with growing skills gaps as they struggle to find workers to fill emerging roles. And while it's difficult to know at this point exactly what the new skills is that they're going to need and how AI is exactly going to affect the workplace, it's very safe to say that it's going to be widespread throughout the economy. And it's not just going to be in these technology adjacent roles. I think there's a sense when we get into these workforce conversations that it's all about the tech roles. It's all about the tech roles. And our experience and our emphasis is that it's, yes, there will be some of that, but there will also, this technology is going to proliferate. In a recent survey we conducted of 1,000 businesses around the world, 93% of those businesses indicated that they're investing in AI technology now. 83% indicated that they were going to spend as much money today or more over the next 3 years. And about half believe that AI will benefit workers by augmenting their workloads and creating new technology paths. In March of last year, Maryland became the first state to announce plans to remove degree requirements from job postings for most of the state. See the saying, and that was very prescient, and many have followed the lead. So there's a growing consensus that a skills first shift can lead to more inclusive and effective talent decision and drive agility and empower workers. And the National Conference for State Legislatures has indicated that there's about 16 states now that have followed Maryland's lead into that approach. We agree that skills are essential to navigating the changing nature of work, but I want to put an asterisk on that. So we believe that, but the devil's in the details, and in this case, the details are actually around skills. And what we know is that skills data can be notoriously noisy. There's a bunch of words that describe the same skills. There's the same skill described a bunch of different ways. And this lack of consistency can make it difficult for employers to identify workers who offer the skills they need. And for workers, they can struggle to understand not only how to represent the skills they have, but what skills they're going to need to move their careers forward. So fortunately, AI is unique in that it will both drive changes in the workplace while also providing some tools that workers and employers need to react to those changes. So when you think about previous technological evolutions like email, and for example, it sort of caused some issues that had to be sort of ameliorated, but it didn't necessarily provide the tools to ameliorate them. So in this case, AI is going to change the workplace, but we view it as essential to actually providing some tools to adjust. It offers the ability to process massive amounts of data associated with occupational roles and responsibilities and develop what we refer to as ontologies, which are basically vocabularies that are changing over time that make skills data actionable. For Workday, that starts with our Skills Cloud, a machine learning-driven skills ontology that helps untangle the spaghetti created by millions of different ways skills are described and helps align a common vocabulary and map how different skills are related to each other and evolve over time. In turn, these features can then help workers and job candidates better describe and represent the skills they have and determine the skills they need. It can also help companies understand their workforce skills gap, allowing them to more effectively match talent to opportunity through tools like talent marketplaces, which I'm sure this is probably not the first time you've heard that term, and base workforce planning on their most important assets, which are their people. Most exciting for me, given sort of where I started in my policy career, which was immigration and sort of those coming to the U.S. to start their careers, a skills-based approach with actionable skills data can also drive career hubs that can take the guesswork out of career planning by providing data-driven and skills-focused career development options that help workers identify next steps, suggest mentors, identify learning opportunities, and drive targeted reskilling for the incumbent workforce. There's a real focus when it comes to AI particularly in the HR case, on candidates, on job applicants, on how we're going to sort of manage that. But we have to recognize the vast majority of workers in the United States are not, and Maryland are not applicants. They're incumbents who we want to be able to lift up and really provide meaningful reskilling. So we see AI as a critical enabler for tools that can help workers and employers respond to the growing awareness of coming changes in the economy and focus on worker skills over pedigree. And over 25% of Fortune 500 companies are live with our Skills Cloud, and over 200 million skills have been entered into the workforce profiles. To be clear, while we see a constructive role in the workforce context, we also understand that these technologies can have unintended consequences and recognize that there's a growing trust gap around AI. One thing that we know for certain is that people will not use technology that they don't trust. Since 2019, we've been active in the area of responsible AI. Internally, we've taken steps to ensure we develop AI in a responsible manner. And externally, we've been advocating for efforts that focus on developing smart AI regulatory safeguards that build trust and support innovation. Along with our principles that guide our AI development, we've put in place a robust responsible AI program, which includes a number of key factors. I had the ability of being on just a little bit to hear the previous Accenture, which we also know is a partner for us. And we're certain we're not the only ones that have developed these responsible approaches, which again, I think puts this issue a little bit ahead of some previous. This is the way everyone's sort of thinking about these technologies. How do we implement them in a responsible way? So our program has a number of key factors, including leadership commitment. We have a responsible AI advisory board that counts our chief integrity officer, our chief technology officer, our chief diversity officer, our chief legal officer. All of those sit on that internal advisory board that drives the level of scrutiny that different use cases that we might be thinking about would receive. We have dedicated resources, including a team of social and data scientists and technology experts that develop and maintain our governance framework and that report up through that chief integrity officer, in our case, up through the board of directors. So not in line with the product and technology folks, but in line with our integrity folks. Cross-company support with responsible AI champions. These issues move so quickly and they touch everything. We really need those subject matter experts throughout the company to help develop AI in a way that's in accordance with our principles. We've established responsible AI guidelines and review processes that operationalize our principles into AI development guardrails, and then scalable technology development, like our risk evaluation tool that drives the level of scrutiny and testing and whatnot for products that we're looking at developing. While developing our internal practices, we recognize that the potential need to harmonize a U.S. policy approach with Europe's coming AI regulation. So not unlike the privacy issue, Europe is well on its way to regulating a tech space. They did so with GDPR, and then there were follow-on conversations. The senator has talked about the Maryland privacy bill. In this case, we're sort of seeing that movie again. Europe is moving forward with EU regulations on AI. If we are active in that conversation, and frankly are pretty pleased with the overall direction that they're heading. They're not new at regulating tech, and they're being thoughtful.
Mr. Morse, you have 1 minute to wrap up.
All right, I'm going to jump right to what we would love you to do. So first, we would love you to act. So this is a space where we definitely need states to jump into the policy development game, and you're going to play an outsized role in AI regulatory safeguards. Second, a risk-based approach that stands the best chance of being successful. The same level of scrutiny shouldn't be applied to Netflix giving me Peaky Blinders recommendations as those that are being used in the healthcare space. Third, we definitely think that there needs to be some differentiation between the different players in the value chain for AI. So there's developers and there's deployers, and there's different responsibilities associated with them. Fourth, this is in many ways a new area, but tech regulation is not new. There are tried and true pathways for regulators to look at, like impact assessments, that we can really try to get some regulatory safeguards on the ground now. And finally, harmonizing an approach as different jurisdictions start to think about how to move forward is going to be key, so that this regulatory strategy doesn't collapse under its own weight. So just in closing, we are active in a number of these conversations. We're active in Boston, in Albany, in Olympia now, thankfully, for this opportunity in Annapolis, as well as Sacramento. And we would love to be considered a resource and have legislative language around how we think of safe, smart safeguards can be landed and successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And certainly with these policy recommendations, if we had had more time, so I think people may reach back so we know what specific things you might have under each of these policy recommendations.
That's great.
We will move to Mr. Shearer. And so if Mr. Morse, you could take your, or actually, I'm sorry, Senator Hester can take your screen share off. Thank you, Senator, for backing that up.
All right, thank you very much. Can everybody see my screen now? Excellent. So my name is Matt Scherer. As I said, I am Senior Policy Counsel for Workers' Rights and Technology at the Center for Democracy and Technology. I focus on helping workers advance their rights in the digital age. So today I'm going to be talking about artificial intelligence in the workplace, the risks that workers face, and what policies can do to protect workers. So let's go over a few uses of AI in the workplace. I'm going to talk about 3 today. The first is electronic surveillance and automated management systems, or ESAM for short. The second is automation of job tasks, or sometimes of entire jobs. And the third is automated employment decision tools. And like Mr. Morse, this is what I'll spend the most time on today. So first, electronic surveillance and automated management systems, or ESAM. I sometimes, in civil society advocates, sometimes use the more evocative term bossware. This refers to 2 different types of related technologies. The first is electronic surveillance systems. These types of systems track workers' activities, physical movements, and pace of work. And with the modern technologies that are available in this space, they can do so continuously and in unprecedented detail. Relatedly are automated management systems. These are often integrated with electronic surveillance systems to automate tasks traditionally performed by human managers, including assessing workers' productivity and performance and making disciplinary decisions. Often this is done in a way that leaves workers with little recourse to challenge erroneous or unfair decisions. Increasingly, employers are using these types of tools to eliminate breaks, to speed up work, and to minutely control workers' activities. And extensive evidence is showing that this can harm workers' health and safety in addition to their privacy and dignity. Now, I could spend an entire presentation talking about policy approaches to this, but I'm just going to give the brief overview of what the basic components of a good policy approach to ESAM are. The first is data minimization. This means that employers should only collect data and engage in electronic monitoring to the extent necessary to achieve a legitimate purpose. And those legitimate purposes should be spelled out in a statute so that employers know exactly what they can and cannot collect data for. The second is harm prevention. Employers should be prohibited from using technology that threatens workers' health, safety, or legal rights. Third is transparency. Employers should have to tell workers when they are using ESAM and why. And finally is auditing to identify and mitigate sources of harm before they arise. Next, I'll talk about automation, which is the most discussed but perhaps least understood application of AI in the workplace. There are widely varying predictions of what types of jobs will be lost in what sectors over what period of time due to automation. Until recently, for example, it was thought that jobs involving artistic ability or creative thinking were impervious to automation. But generative AI has called that into question. ChatGPT, DALL-E, these types of systems increasingly display what at least seems to the outside observer like creative thinking. The closest thing to a consensus is that jobs where essential tasks are simple, predictable, and easy to measure are the most likely to become heavily automated. And this continues previous trends. So think about jobs such as cashiers and travel agents, which already have been largely automated in recent years and are likely to become even more so as technology continues to advance. We're also seeing that happen with warehouse workers. With improvements in robotics and the fine motor skills that they can show, The repetitive tasks of lifting and moving objects across warehouse floors and picking and packing items can become increasingly automated. With improvements in generative AI and deep learning, we might see transcription, tax preparation, and drafting work also become more automated. Now, one thing that is not on here is HR functions, and there's a reason for that. Employee assessment is hard to automate. There is a very popular presentation by a well-known technologist named Arvind Narayanan, who says that AI is rapidly improving at perception tasks, things like recognizing faces and voices, but they are not good at predicting social outcomes or tasks where human judgments vary widely. Now, what type of thing among those categories is figuring out who is the best candidate for a job? Well, that involves both predicting social outcomes, in other words, determining somebody's fit at a particular company, and it involves widely varying human judgments. Recruiters frequently disagree on who the best candidate is for a job. So it is fundamentally difficult to reduce the key facets of most jobs to a distinct set of easily observable factors that a machine can evaluate. And the abilities required to do job A at company X might differ widely from those required to do both a different job at company X or to do the same job at company Y. And current AEDT approaches, and sorry, just a reminder, AEDT means Automated Employment Decision Tool. It's kind of a shorthand for AI decision technologies. They approach assessing candidates as a pattern recognition task. The problem is that it's just as easy, if not easier, for an AI system to pick up on patterns that relate to our society's biases as it is for it to pick up on someone's ability to perform the essential functions of a specific job at a specific company. And that can create discrimination issues. Instead of identifying the ability to perform essential functions, the tool may measure personality traits and aptitudes that are typical but not necessary for a position. Attributes that simply appear most frequently in resumes of successful workers, regardless of whether or not those attributes actually relate to the job. Personality traits and aptitudes that are based on things like movements, vocal intonation, and speech patterns. And if you notice this list, something that they have in common, that means that the results can be affected by things like gender and cultural norms and disability. So here are some examples of automated employment decision tools that are frequently used in the workplace today and that can frankly lead to discrimination quite easily. The first is personality and aptitude tests. Now, these are nothing new, but today they've been designed in a way that candidates respond to questions and images or play a video game, and their responses and performance are used to infer personality traits. Another category is resume screening tools, where the tool searches for specific terms or combinations of terms in resumes to identify candidates who may have job-relevant characteristics. Then there's video interview analysis, where candidates are recorded while answering questions, and their responses and sometimes their body language, facial expressions, etc., are analyzed. All of these can give rise to assessments that are based as much on cultural judgments or, frankly, social stereotypes as they are on somebody's ability to perform the job. How can this happen? Well, bias can stem from a number of sources, each of which can overlap and amplify each other to generate discriminatory outputs or reinforce patterns of underrepresentation. For example, historical patterns of discrimination or underrepresentation may be baked into the data on which a machine learning tool is trained. Developers may fail to properly clean or weight the data, resulting in an algorithm that makes discriminatory decisions, or the tool may be deployed and operationalized in a way that leads to biased outcomes. For example, with disabled workers, the tool might be inaccessible, or their need for accommodation might not be taken into account. All of this is exacerbated by the lack of insight into how these tools work and how they influence employment decisions. It's hard to know whether a tool's reasons for an adverse decision were discriminatory because there is so little transparency for these tools today. So what does the existing policy landscape look like? Well, there's only two laws that are kind of custom designed for automated employment decision tools, and frankly, both of them are extremely weak. The first is the Illinois AI Video Interview Act. It technically exists, but it requires disclosure when a company uses AI to record a video interview, and that's it. It just requires that that is happening. It has no enforcement mechanism. So what I used to say back when I was a practitioner, I advised companies on the use of these tools is that for practical purposes, the AI Video Interview Act can almost be ignored. Then there's New York's Local Law 144, which went into effect earlier this year. This is a very much hyped bill, but in fact, it's very narrow and it imposes almost no new requirements on employers and none at all on vendors. It applies only to tools that effectively replace human decision-making. Few companies admit that they do this, even if they'll say that they simply use AADTs to make recommendations, even if in reality, the humans that review their decisions are just rubber stamps for those decisions. But technically, you can get out of application of Local Law 144 by saying, well, it just makes a recommendation. A human has the final technical say. It also requires only minimal disclosure to candidates before a company can use an AADT. And while it technically requires performing a disparate impact test, the disparate impact test that it requires is one that federal regulations effectively require employers to do anyway. So this bill doesn't really introduce anything new. Calling it regulation even, I would argue, is a stretch. Consequently, the strongest laws for pushing back against harmful uses of these tools today remain anti-discrimination laws. Now, I'd like to wrap by talking about a policy proposal that a bunch of civil society organizations have gotten behind, the Civil Rights Standards for 21st Century Employment Selection Procedures. These were drafted by several of the leading US organizations advocating for workers' digital rights. They provide a framework for greater accountability in how workers use modern methods to evaluate workers. They build on the civil rights principles for hiring assessment technologies, which an overlapping coalition of civil rights and workers' rights organizations backed in 2020. But the civil rights standards apply to all selection procedures, not just AADTs. The idea is that if there is a test that is junk science and it's based on a paper and pencil assessment, that's just as problematic as one that is based on AI. But the point is that all of them should be subject to the same rigorous standards to ensure that they don't lead to discrimination at scale. They have a modular design so that they can serve as guideposts for legislators, regulators, advocates, and companies alike. Here's some of the substantive provisions of the civil rights standards. They fall under two broad categories that I'll talk about: detecting and preventing discrimination and improving transparency and accountability.
Mr. Chair, we just have like a minute or two because we're going to definitely have questions. And I'm sure that my colleagues will want you to send greater details on the civil rights standards and maybe standard language. But if you can quickly summarize these 2 points.
It's good timing. This is my last slide. So the standards require employers to eliminate potential sources of discrimination before deploying a selection procedure. They require both pre-deployment and ongoing audits to ensure that selection procedures are valid, which means they only measure traits and skills that are essential to good job performance. And they require companies to select the least discriminatory valid assessment method available. They also ban certain high-risk selection procedures, such as those that rely on facial analysis and personality testing. Under the rubric of improving transparency and accountability, the standards create multiple layers of disclosure requirements to ensure that both candidates and civil rights enforcement agencies have the information they need. And they give stakeholders a role in ensuring that selection procedures don't violate the law by ensuring candidates can communicate concerns and request accommodation, giving candidates the right to request human review of automated decisions, and making employers and vendors share responsibility for auditing and liability for discrimination. The last item is the idea there is to provide all parties with an incentive to do due diligence and prevent discrimination from arising. Thank you very much. Happy to take questions.
All right. Thank you both so very much. A lot of information and bringing everyone up to speed. This is our third section of this briefing today, and we're going to take questions from the members, from Mr. Morse and Mr. Scher, about these labor and employment issues before we take a break within this 5-hour briefing. So are there questions from members? And while Senator Hester, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just curious. I really enjoyed your presentation, Mr. Scher. What you mentioned that the model framework to prevent discrimination existed. Does that cover the workforce surveillance at all?
It does not, but there is another framework that we support There's actually a bill that is pending right now in New York that New York State, that I would refer folks to. Senate Bill 7623 in New York, the revised version of which was passed last week. And that includes the 4 elements that I mentioned as far as the way to regulate effectively ESAM tools, data minimization, transparency, auditing. Yes, you listened. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Because if not, I'll ask a question to Mr. Morse. And colleagues will be breaking in 10 minutes. Mr. Morse, when you mentioned different acts that we should take at the end, you had 4 kind of thematic ideas about risk-based, support accountability, and so forth. What are some of the ways you think we can support accountability?
So I think one is to require it. We have been working in California, and a bill that I'd point folks to is AB 331, which actually requires those using AI in the HR space to have a governance program, to conduct impact assessments, to review, to disclose, to have an opt-out, to conduct an impact assessment that reviews what kind of data you're using, what kind of testing regime, how you're handling it, and all of those are provided to a state-based regulator to sort of hold the feet to the fire on making sure that those commitments are actually being handled. Currently, there really isn't anything like that, and that bill at the moment is the most, I think, fleshed out governance approach that's on paper.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I'd ask you what I've been asking near the end of most of these sections, that if there are best practices or good legislation that you see in other states along those 4 themes that you mentioned, if that's something that you could highlight for us and send along to our staff.
Sure. One other resource I'll send along. We partnered with the Future of Privacy Forum because I think our sense is that there's a lot of disagreement. There's a lot of different ideas, but our goal is to try to get safeguard. This technology is moving now, and so we kind of want to see about how we can get some regulatory safeguards on the books now. It probably won't be perfect. There's rocks that can be thrown at it. I think things will iterate over time, but there are a tremendous amount of practices that are in place in the landscape now. So we worked with the Future of Privacy Forum to wrap our arms around kind of the fat part of the curve of what everyone is doing when it comes to transparency, discrimination, privacy. We were joined with LinkedIn, ADP, and Indeed around putting out some industry HR AI best practices that folks could reach for when they were looking at how some of these technologies could be handled. So we'll send that along as well.
Thank you, Senator.
The other thing that I would be interested in more information on, Mr. Morse, is just, Maryland is not quite as big as California. And so when I read that bill and looked at the assessments, there's a couple different bills, but the question is like, who's doing the assessments and then who is reviewing them? And so for that bill in particular, the companies are charged with doing those assessments and then submitting it to an independent agency, which I don't think we have here in Maryland. So what I've been trying to figure out is practically, if we were to do the same thing, who would be reviewing that, in the state of Maryland? Like, and do we have the people to do it?
Yeah, I think that's a challenge pretty much everyone looking to regulate AI is grappling with, is who's got the expertise and who has the resources. At the federal level, we're comfortable with the FTC, but recognize that the FTC is going to need a little bit of a shift in focus and resources. I think in Maryland, it would probably be the state AG, which is what we also talked about, and I think is an ongoing conversation in California around kind of where that enforcement responsibility lies or is shared. So none of this is going to not require resources, I think, when it comes to state enforcement. A big part of that was intentional around the AB 331 of putting the burden on those using the tools to provide documentation, so that lifts the burden from like investigation, or provides at least a basis for regulators to review how these things are being used and those thoughts are being considered.
Right, but if I might, just one more follow-up question. If we are, if the California bill has passed, those companies are required to do these. I'm seeing shaking heads.
California's been introduced, not
been
passed.
introduced. Okay, so but I mean, there's the same companies that work in California work in the state of Maryland, right? So if the California bill passes, then those companies will be having to do it in California. So we could
Yep.
build the state infrastructure to look at the assessments here.
Yep, and in many ways, that's the way privacy has gone, right? I think post GDPR passing, and then and I was on Capitol Hill at the time, and we were sort of looking at everyone like, all right, let's pass a bill, and then we sort of keep looking at Congress saying keep pass a bill, and the states have filled the role. But what we kind of haven't seen in the privacy is like 50 different takes. There will be, I think, kind of a narrowing of the field to a couple of different proposals that will, for the most part, I think, provide a regulatory framework for the US. I do think the conversations are happening now. And so if I could encourage Maryland, the state legislature is known for its thoughtfulness and pragmatic approaches. And so I think it's a great space for you all to be active in terms of a path forward.
Thank you. Mr. Scherer, you had your hand up, but I also have a question for you. What did you want to add to that question?
I wanted to add that with all due respect to Mr. Morse, I would disagree that AB 331 represents the most comprehensive approach put down on paper. I'll note that not a single civil rights or workers' rights organization backs AB 331 or the Future of Privacy Forum principles. Those bills are, I'll be honest, they're designed for vendors to make it easy for them to comply with it. They have the same flaws as the New York bill in the sense that they don't require much disclosure, and that they only apply, that they would be very narrow in terms of their application. As long as they only make recommendations or they're not a controlling factor, you would be able to escape compliance with it. So I would just respectfully say that there are comprehensive approaches, and then there are approaches that are simply fig leaf legislation, and AB 331 falls in the latter.
All right. Well, as you can see, the senator and our staff, what we try to do, have a balanced approach here. So we have some disagreement. So that's good that we hear it from different sides. My question for you, Mr. Scherer, in the last 3 minutes that we have, since I did cut you off on the civil rights standards for 21st century employment, are there any other details that you can provide us in terms of, have any states introduced this? Has it moved forward in any states? And yeah, anything more that you can share on that in the next 2.5 minutes?
Yeah, sure. So the civil rights standards are not model legislation. They are designed, as I said, to be kind of a modular set of what I would call the gold standard of ensuring that workers' rights are protected. And the components of them could be adopted in legislation, in regulation, or in companies' individual practices. We absolutely have discussed with legislators in other states the civil rights standards and what can be incorporated, in what parts of them could be incorporated into legislation. And we've been happy to see them incorporated into, for example, Senator Bob Casey's No Robot Bosses Act on Capitol Hill. And I mentioned S7623 in New York, which also incorporates a lot of the civil rights principles, the civil rights standards as well. And I see Delegate Hill has her hand up.
Yes, and we have 2 minutes for your question and answer, Delegate Hill.
Even less. So this is to Mr. Scherer. So a couple of different ways to do this as a state. One is to try and throw all these bills together. Two is to try and set up a commission of experts to actually look at all the things that you guys are suggesting and make specific recommendations about which bills. And three is to do both. What do you suggest?
I would say do both. I think that to the extent that you rely on a commission of experts, make sure that it is balanced, so that often commissions of experts are stacked primarily with folks from industry groups and civil society organizations that bring awareness to the risks associated with these tools are not well represented. So if that happens, I would just make sure that, again, there's a balance like there is on this panel today, so that perspectives from all sides can be heard.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Scherer. I'm going to have to say, with a minute to spare, that it's going to be the last word. Again, to our members, I first want to thank both Mr. Morse and Mr. Scherer for their time today, for their presentations, and know that we will be getting back with some follow-up questions that can then be shared with the entire Joint Committee and other of our colleagues in the General Assembly. So again, appreciate your expertise and certainly want a little more detail on some of the legislative solutions. To our members, it is, in fact, it is noon. We are taking a short break, 20 minutes. And when we come back, I think Senator Hester is taking over from me. I might be back a few minutes late grabbing my lunch, but I want to thank our speakers and our next set of speakers, and to all of our colleagues for as much of the time you can be here today. And see you back in 20 minutes.
Madam Chair, could I just say one thing?
Of course.
We do have a very packed agenda today. We have a short video, which we're going to run during the break, so you can watch it while you eat if you wish. This is done specifically for us by Gary Marcus, who has co-founded a machine learning startup, Geometric Intelligence, launched the startup Robust AI, and is also a native of Maryland. So he couldn't be with us in person today, but if members want to watch the video while we're munching on our lunch, I think it's a really worthwhile watch, and it will also be available after the hearing.
Thank you, Senator. See you all soon.
Thank you, delegates and senators and staff. Thank you.
Really appreciate you to be here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gary Marcus. I'm born and raised in Baltimore, Maryland, and I'm proud to be helping the wonderful state of Maryland as you take your next steps into the future of the creation of a responsible AI use framework. Full professor at NYU, now I'm emeritus, and part of it as an entrepreneur. I founded a company called Geometric Intelligence, which I sold to Uber, and then another company, a robotics company called Robust AI. And some of you might know me from my recent appearance at the US Senate talking about AI oversight. We all know that AI could change the world. There's been incredibly rapid adoption. There's potential applications everywhere, from medicine to science to writing to advertising and so on and on and on and on. But at least so far, I would say that AI has not in any way earned our trust. There are lots and lots of examples like these where systems make stuff up. It sounds perfectly plausible, but it's truth mixed together with obvious nonsense. For example, here somebody says, which weighs more, a kilogram of bricks or 2 kilograms of feather? And the system says, so in a vacuum, 1 kilogram of bricks and 2 kilograms of feather would weigh the same. But in air, 2 kilograms of feathers would weigh slightly less than 1 kilogram of bricks. To someone who's not paying attention, that might sound plausible, but it's just not true. Depending on the wording, any given model might or might not get questions like that right on any given day. We tend to find these things are accurate with some prompts and inaccurate with others, and really not to be trusted. There are many, many examples like this. Here's another example. A system is trained on who is Tom Cruise's mother, and it learns that Tom Cruise's mother is Mary Lee Pfeiffer, but it can't answer the opposite. Who is Mary Lee Pfeiffer's son? And it says, as of September 2021, there's no widely known information about a person named Mary Lee Pfeiffer, even though it's been trained on that. So these systems, we think of them as like human-like, but that's just anthropomorphizing. What they're doing is very different. They can't reverse, for example, simple inference. Right after the Senate debacle, somebody asked these systems, wait, so did they remove McCarthy as a speaker without electing a new one? And the system says, no, they didn't remove McCarthy as Speaker of the House without electing a new one. They removed him as Speaker of the House and then elected a new one. The new Speaker of the House is Liz Cheney, who was nominated by a coalition, blah, blah, blah. She won by a vote 220 to 215, defeating Jim Jordan. Well, the system made all of this up before there were any actual votes at all. And it was entirely fabricated. This is what some people call hallucinations. You might call them confabulations. Here's another example. This is with a system called Midjourney. DALL-E 3 maybe does better, but there are always examples like this. AI was asked to create images of Black African doctors treating white kids. The AI refused, try as they might. The team was unable to get Black doctors and white patients in one image. Again, this particular one may be solved in one system, but not another. These kinds of biases are really common. And it helps to remember that even with vast data, large language models can't even be trusted to do something like play by the rules of chess, even though those rules are in the database. So these systems are, I once said, they're like bulls in a china shop. They're powerful, but they're reckless, so they're difficult to control. We don't really know what we're getting out of them. And it's important to realize they're not conventional software tools. They hallucinate, they suffer from data leaks, they're incorrigible. Little by little, people are beginning to recognize that current AI is not all powerful and in fact has some flaws. I argued this in March 2022. Facebook's chief AI officer, Meta's chief AI officer, later that year started saying something similar. He said large language models are an off-ramp to AGI. And just a couple days ago, Bill Gates said that GPT is reaching a plateau. So we have these systems that people are treating as if they're all powerful, but they've got limits. And some companies are starting to recognize this. The monthly visits that were shooting up are actually declining. Apple has banned GPT internally. JP Morgan has as well. So there's a little bit of trouble against a constant narrative that these systems have changed the world. And we need to recognize, in fact, that there are a lot of risks of these systems. And that's really what I want to talk to you about today. For example, they can be used to create wholesale disinformation. We're already seeing that, for example, around the Israel and Hamas conflict. We're going to see it in the upcoming elections in a way that we've never seen before, with much more volume of misinformation than we've ever seen. Excuse me. These systems can also be used for market manipulation. We've started to see some sign of that. They accidentally create misinformation. They defame people. Related systems can be used to fake people's voices. And so we've seen some fake kidnappings where people paid ransoms for kidnappings that didn't actually happen. We're going to see a lot more cybercrime than we've ever seen. For example, automated romance scams. We're going to see bias. We're going to see the exploitation of human intellectual property, all kinds of things that are either copyright violations or have that flavor, though the current laws may not address them. We're going to see the over-application of these unreliable systems to mission-critical sensitive systems. I hope nobody will use a system that can hallucinate like this in control of, say, nuclear weapons or nuclear stations, but we're going to see a lot of application because a lot of people do think they're all powerful when they're not. And the longest term risk is what we call misalignment, that these systems might either because a bad actor uses them or maybe they eventually develop their own intentions for whatever reason. If they don't do the things that we humans want them to do, there could be serious consequences. I'll skip that one. So what do we do now? I've been spending a lot of my time thinking about AI policy. I spoke to the US Senate and I made a bunch of suggestions. I think a lot of these are becoming increasingly popular. I think they're important. One is that we should have a national AI agency. Another is that we should have a global AI agency. Agility is key for all of these things. Some of the things that we need from these agencies, we can work on, I think, at the state level. And I'll talk about that more in a moment. We can demand reporting with teeth, full accounting of what data is used to train on the models, because what the model does is a function of what data they're trained on, what biases the models have, what errors they make, and so forth. We can't really, as a scientific community, help mitigate the risks of these systems unless we understand what goes into them. We can demand full accounting of all AI-related incidents, bias, cybercrime, election interference, market manipulation, and so forth. And you can do that at the state level. We can demand full disclosure of all internal testing that takes place at these companies and ask for full reports of the results, not just the ones that make them look good. Again, you can do this at the state level. We can demand we can have the federal government and state governments support investigations and have data sharing on major AI incidents. We can demand an FDA-like approval process for anything that's deployed at a large scale, where people have to evaluate costs and benefits. We can look at post-release auditing, so third parties can say, okay, you put this out in the world, you passed your initial test, but what's actually going on? We need the data in order to understand that. We need to look at your logs. We need to know what data you trained on, what incidents there are, and so forth. We need to think about laws and enforcement to hold producers of large-scale information to account. We probably, maybe this is not a state level thing, but we probably want to promote research for developing new, more trustworthy approaches to AI. And scientists, I think, have to be in the loop. So those are my major recommendations. But I'd like to talk about the states, and particularly the United States. I've spent a lot of time in Washington in the last several months, and I would say the spirit is willing there, the spirit to do something about AI, but the ability to compromise is weak. And we may or may not get to the federal solution that we need, but states individually and collectively could lead the way. For example, the federal government so far has failed on data privacy and on data transparency. Voluntary guidelines that have been made with the companies don't really cover that. Individual states could demand data privacy and data transparency. And maybe I said that wrong, individual states could demand it and force companies to do something in the human interest with national and even global impact. So if states work together, you could demand data privacy that the federal government has been slow to ask for. There's huge safety in numbers. Nobody wants to train 50 models for 50 states. It's very expensive to train these models, and it's also damaging to the environment. If the states align on what they want to do, that's actually good in some ways for the companies. So I think you can use your power together to insist on things that maybe the federal government should, but maybe won't, and make all of your citizens safe from the downside of AI. There's lots of upside too. I haven't really emphasized in this talk because I think it gets so much attention in the press, but the possibility that AI could, for example, revolutionize science and technology, but there's downside too, and you need to protect your citizens. So I urge state lawmakers to work together in a unified way, making sure that we wind up with a thriving AI positive world. And I just have a couple more slides for you. Looking back at the 2020s, I see two possible futures if we zoom ahead a few years. One is a positive future. A global AI agency is formed, AI is thoughtfully regulated, states get in the game, responsible AI becomes a prestigious profession, new companies and new technologies emerge, AI becomes more efficient in terms of both data and energy. And AI eventually fulfills the positive that I was talking about, begins to contribute massively to the world, addressing climate change, medicine, elder care, agriculture, and many more. But there's also a possibility of a bleak future. People in my field have divided themselves between AI safety and AI ethics. They often can't agree on anything. And that could lead Congress and state legislatures to give up in disgust. We could get stuck on large language models that are unreliable and never invent a better, more reliable, efficient technology. A small number of companies could quickly become more powerful than states, and by that I meant countries, but also individual states, running the world as they please, shutting out all competition with ill-conceived regulation of their own devising. Cybercrime syndicates could get really powerful, and in epic battles with big companies that are kind of reminiscent of drug cartel worlds. We could have increasingly powerful AIs that become weaponized. Lots of people could die in conflicts. Employment could crash. We could have widespread unrest, multiple wars, and anarchy. The choices that we make now are going to shape the next century. If we don't have scientists and ethicists at the table, our prospects are not great. We can't afford not to regulate AI, but we can't afford regulatory capture where the companies dictate things. States could be a really powerful force here. And we have to get this one right. We don't have a lot of time to waste. So I hope you can help. Thanks very much.
Hello, everyone. This is Senator Katie Fry-Hester, and we are resuming after our short break our joint committee hearing on artificial intelligence. I'd like to thank all of the committee members here today for sticking with us through this 5-hour indoctrination, if you will. We're going to go ahead and move into our next session, which is on dis and misinformation in elections. And today we have two speakers. We have Dr. Cody Buntain, Assistant Professor at the University of Maryland College of Information Studies. And we also have Greg Griffith, Co-founder and Chief Product Officer of Edge Theory. So you guys will each have 10 to 12 minutes, and then we will save our questions and ask all of those at the end. And so with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Buntain.
Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me pull up my slides, make sure they are shared right. There we go. Everybody should see a black screen, right?
We see a black screen.
Yes, most beautiful first slide. So as Senator Hester mentioned, I'm a professor here at the University of Maryland. I primarily study social media and online political engagement, much of which was work originally looking at the aftermath of disaster and terrorist attack, how people use social media during times of crises. So I'll start off by saying what I think is a pretty uncontroversial claim that our information ecosystem is problematic. And it has been actually for quite a while, right? Starting with Russian disinformation and foreign electoral interference in the 2016 election that resulted in the indictments of a number of Russian nationals in 2018. To more recently concerns about not just foreign, but domestic election-related misinformation in the 2022 midterms, especially on TikTok and YouTube and other sort of more visual media centric platforms. So this is an ongoing problem. And the real question about whether we're safer today than we were 7 years ago, right? And this isn't just a problem for the US. We know that this is a problem internationally. So just recently, there were concerns about an evidence of foreign interference in Canadian elections. And we see this also in the recent Argentinian elections, Brazil's elections recently, Indian elections, Taiwanese elections. All of these are concerns for foreign and domestic sort of online manipulation. And it's not specific to elections and political engagement either. We know that disinformation is a weapon of war. We see that in the Russian war in Ukraine, and more recently, as Gary Marcus mentioned, the Israel-Hamas conflict, where disinformation is a major part of the toolkit. So the two things I'll talk about today are what makes us vulnerable to disinformation and manipulation, and then where we can go from here, a couple of slides at the end about paths forward. So first, what makes us vulnerable? I'll make a positive claim about the information environment, despite its problematic current state, that the information ecosystem enables this process, what's called collective sense-making. In the aftermath of disaster, where many people are anxious, trying to figure out and make sense of what's going on and what they should do to protect themselves and their loved ones, the information environment gives them a massively valuable resource to help understand what's going on, especially in times where authoritative sources may not have the capacity or opportunity to provide authoritative information yet. So I claim this is a facility. This facility is a feature of the information environment. This is not a bug, and it results in particularly high quality information artifacts. We see this in Wikipedia. So Wikipedia is popular pages and featured articles. As Amy Brookman, professor at Georgia Tech, says, these are some of the highest quality information artifacts the human race has ever produced. But naturally, like not every page on Wikipedia is equally good and or equivalently high quality. So if you were to rely on all pages on Wikipedia equally, this would lead you to vulnerability, right? And this is what we see with the information environment, that it introduces vulnerabilities despite being this massively useful resource. And these vulnerabilities are especially severe in moments of crisis and unrest, where anxiety is high. And we can see that even with this recent tweet from Senator Ted Cruz, political elite with a massive amount of resources behind his communication effort, was retweeting an image that we know has been around, makes the rounds in online disinformation spaces. Basically, after every flood or hurricane in the US for about 12 years, you see this image of a shark swimming down the highway, right? So even somebody with many resources during these times of unrest is vulnerable to this kind of manipulation. And I'd say these vulnerabilities are not just technical in nature, they're socio-technical. It's a combination of social ills, social issues, and technologies that amplify them in a pretty substantial degree. Because we can see that vulnerability around crises in the aftermath of disaster are not specific to the online space, right? So concerns around price gouging in the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy 11 years ago now. I remember the concerns around price gouging in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. More recently, concerns around fake cures and COVID vaccine cards. During the pandemic, these issues are not just online AI-driven issues, right? When audiences are massively uncertain, experiencing lots of anxiety, and we know from a public health perspective that self-reported incidence of anxiety in the United States has been creeping up steadily for the past 10 to 12 years, same thing in Canada, that we are especially vulnerable during these moments, and online spaces make this especially true. Now, part of the reason for this, from a psychology perspective, is that when I don't have much agency over the world around me and I'm experiencing substantial anxiety like a crisis, conspiracies become particularly attractive. They tell me an easy story about how this event happened, and conspiracies that blame others, people outside of my outgroup, are particularly attractive here. So somebody who's not my political orientation, sexual orientation, age, race, gender, country of origin, if a conspiracy can blame someone else, a different group, that becomes particularly attractive. And the information technology underlying our information space that people are using to manipulate us and share disinformation makes this worse. We have some good evidence about this in the aftermath of tragic events like mass shootings. A sort of alternative media ecosystem feeds on and provides information around these sort of conspiracy oriented stories, where data voids containing like words, keywords, and narratives that legitimate media sources don't necessarily engage with, right? So in the aftermath of many mass shootings, we see hoaxes around crisis actors, right? Majority of legitimate news sources don't discuss crisis actors, but if you go to Google and you search for crisis actors, you get into these spaces of conspiracy ideation. This creates a market for this kind of antisocial content that legitimate sources aren't providing this kind of information. There's interest in it. So then creators create this antisocial content because there's an audience that they can monetize and put advertising in front of. And we know in particular that outgroup animosity, so when I'm saying terrible things about people who aren't like me, social media is particularly sensitive to that kind of content, and that content gets a lot of engagement. And not just in the general sense, but in a very clear political sense. So there's real evidence on this that politicians who use outgroup hostile language get a lot of engagement on these platforms. So in the lead up to an election, you want to get a bump in your social media analytics, say something terrible about the other side, right? The science supports that as a strategy because the platforms and the algorithms and underlying artificial intelligence is amplifying that kind of content. Not on purpose, but that's sort of one of the things that happens. So here in these contexts of high anxiety, you have an anxious audience, desperate for information, vulnerable to conspiracy ideation and hostility, using technology that incentivizes this antisocial behavior, and bad actors know this and take advantage of it. And we saw this in the 2016 election. This is a great piece from 2019 from Kate Starboard in the University of Washington's lab, where they were looking at discussions around Black Lives Matter and All Lives Matter. And when they overlaid these engagements with a set of accounts that Twitter released having attributed to a Russian disinformation campaign, they find accounts in this one campaign on both sides of the political space actively driving hostility against the other side and getting a lot of engagement. And this is a strategy that continues on. I presented a similar piece of work to the Canadian Senate earlier this year around Russian disinformation around the Ukraine war in Canada, again, targeting both sides. So we have good evidence that these disinformation campaigns, manipulation efforts, and the like aren't static, they're evolving and they're growing. So in 2017, studies around Chinese disinformation and online propaganda efforts generally characterized methods of Chinese influence as being about strategic distraction, trying to move people's attention away from topics that the PRC didn't want amplified. So things like popular demonstration, right? But just last month, in the aftermath of the Hawaiian wildfires, we see a different result where China is actively sort of taking notes from the Russian playbook to sow discord and disinformation and conspiracy theory around like American-run weaponized weather control. And in particular, this campaign used a lot of AI-generated imagery here. Now, nicely, I guess, in some sense, these images didn't get much traction outside of the campaign, but the increasing use of imagery is concerning because we have really good evidence that online visual media is extremely impactful. It's much more impactful in terms of emotional manipulation and getting people to get out and mobilize, way more so than just the text that people share. And we have the lower barrier to the creation of media is particularly concerning. And we saw this in 2020 with QAnon's appropriation of the Save the Children campaign, where they created images that were totally disconnected from the reality of child trafficking. But these images showed victimized young white girls with generally a predator that was of darker skin color. And that kind of imagery got a lot of traction and mobilization among a particular audience. Again, not just an election issue. We know that images in the Ukraine conflict and in the Israel-Hamas conflict are massively impactful and actively being utilized here. So the generative AI technologies that we have for this, in some sense are very useful for democratizing the creation of media, allows us to create these deep fakes and sort of impactful imagery much more easily. Now, you didn't need generative AI to create this image of a shark swimming down the street. Who knows how long it took somebody to create this image, but I went to DALL-E the other day, an OpenAI platform, and asked it to give me an image of a shark swimming down a flooded highway. And this was like the third or fourth image that it gave me. It's not great, it's imperfect, right? Like I can see that it's probably some sort of faked image, but I bet this would get quite a bit of engagement online in the next event. So where can we go from here, right? A couple of quick things. The solutions that are required, because these issues are social and technological, they're socio-technical, the solutions to these problems need to be both social and technological. You can't just ban whole platforms from the internet or suppress entire topics. Oftentimes, these large-scale draconian bans don't work, drive more engagement to the topic. You can do other things like changing the economic incentives of these platforms. We have good evidence that YouTube succeeded in doing this in 2019 when they allowed particularly potentially misinforming content to stay on their platform. But that content would not be included in recommendation. It wouldn't autoplay. Same thing about like removing certain kinds of content from your For You page on TikTok. It reduces engagement with this kind of content, but it also changes the economic incentives around content creation. I can say you still have a voice, but by not amplifying that voice, it's not as lucrative to create antisocial content. And we should incentivize this kind of deliberation around what our economic incentives are and allow companies or create incentives for companies to collaborate. So we saw in 2016, if Reddit had known all the information that Twitter knew about disinformation on Twitter's platform, Reddit would have been much better able to respond to disinformation on Reddit's own platform.
Dr.
Cybersecurity.
You have 1 minute left.
Yep, and I'm almost done. The cybersecurity world has industry alliances that sort of support this kind of collective response, right? But the companies that underlie our information spaces, there isn't a sort of mechanism for this kind of sharing right now. And many policies actually prevent these companies from sharing this kind of information. So I'd claim, as Dr. Marcus claimed, we need somebody charged with managing these socio-technical vulnerabilities and harms. So you might imagine, currently we have the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. You can imagine something similar, a Consumer Social Technology Protection Bureau that allows the public to share things like reports of incitement to violence, getting in front of the January 6th style, using social media to generate violence. See forecasts of the kinds of topics that are being targeted by disinformation agents to give this like sort of inoculation, pre-bunking kind of capability and the trends of societal concerns that make us more vulnerable. That would be responsible for things like consumer education, policy and enforcement, and then making sure that the kinds of studies that are being done are open and accessible to the public to make sure these companies are engaged not just in harm assessment, but in harm reduction. So I'll stop there. Happy to open it for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Buntain. If you'll stick around, we're going to let our next presenter go and then ask you questions at the same time. And with that, I'll turn it over to Greg Griffith, the co-founder and chief product officer of Edge Theory.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for the time. Thanks for being here. I'm assuming I'm just going to share my screen down here at the bottom.
You should be able to.
All right, got it. Okay. I am Greg Griffith. I am Chief Product Officer at Edge Theory. I've given my signaling presentation the name of Narrative Intelligence, Election Integrity, and the Challenge of Foreign Malign Influence. So to give you an idea of who I am and who the company is, we develop narrative analysis software that's currently in use by Department of Defense Joint and Service cyber organizations, combatant commands, and other DoD organizations. We assist in the monitoring and analysis of foreign propaganda and malign influence operations directed at the U.S. and its allies. So I like to explain to people, start off by talking about how we see the world. And there's two kind of guiding principles about how we view the world. One is cycles of narrative-based influence. So we like to kind of formulate it into these four quadrants. Events that serve as triggers, and these events can be anything as insignificant as a minor celebrity utters something on Twitter/X, up to highly kinetic events like Russia invades Ukraine and everything in between. But these events serve as triggers that give rise to chatter, which we generally categorize as thoughts and opinions, knee-jerk type stuff, ill-formed, non-strategic for the main part, that are found on global digital media, blogs, forums, etc. But it's from this chatter that narratives are formed. And we define narratives as structured news, opinion, and other media that are produced with a goal in mind. And these narratives tend to have effects. They are often designed to have effects, and those that can range from minds being changed, economies affected, wars lost and won. Now, if you're familiar with social media monitoring companies, there are a lot of those. They kind of go hand in hand with big data companies. Most of those guys operate in this lower right quadrant. We tend to operate over here. Now, the whole bottom half of this cycle, we term narrative analytics. But this is really where we play, is in how do structured narratives, how do they emerge? How do they evolve over time? And what effects do they have? We believe while there's tremendous value in analyzing chatter, narratives, because they require generally more organization, more money to produce, more resources, and a lot more thought that goes into them. We think that they are currently probably where we need to be paying most of our attention, and we think where our clients need to be paying more attention. The other part of how we view the world is as entities pursuing strategic goals. So we frequently have to differentiate ourselves from traditional big data companies. So about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, some big data companies, and I think you all know the names of who I'm thinking about, they got into the business of consuming as much data as possible, consuming as many documents as possible. We are in the business of using publicly available information to monitor the publication and amplification activity of specific foreign governments, organizations, and individuals. And then we consume what they publish and amplify. So in that regard, we view the world as not as a stream of documents or a flood of information, but as entities pursuing strategic goals. And we focus on the way that they use structured narratives to pursue those goals. Our technology is delivered in three main modes: a console for analysts and researchers, an API for developers, and briefs for everybody. And I'm going to go briefly into our console and our briefs today. I don't think anybody's got any interest in the API today, but if you do, obviously you can contact me afterwards and we can talk about details. So we also like to explain to people a complex but conceptually simple idea of text transformation, whereby AI-based processes turn sentences, words and sentences into stacks of vector values. And then these values become the equivalent of digital fingerprints for entire narrative items, articles, videos, blog posts, etc. But we also have, because of the way that we do it, we also have a very granular approach and quantization of what's going on inside of an individual narrative item. And with these values, we can compare entire articles for thematic similarity, or we can even dig down to individual sentence and phrases to see, to look for the same ideas in articles, even if they use very different terminology. So with that, I'm going to walk through a quick look at our console. Our console is named Kudzu, and what we do with the information, with the text vectorization data that we do. Now, we consume between 250,000 and 400,000 narrative items a day. And each one of those is run through that text vectorization process and generates that stack of values. So by sorting and comparing those values, we can surface emerging narratives across thousands of entities worldwide in near real time. So this is what an analyst, for example, in the government will see depending on which population of sources they're looking at. Those users can then select a phrase or a paragraph from an individual article and run what we call a narrative trace. And they can do this in many contexts, but basically wherever they find textual content, they can select something of interest. This could be disinformation. It could be what they consider true information. And they can run a narrative trace. And what they'll see is who has amplified the article or the phrase in the article that they've selected. And they can also see thematically similar articles that have preceded or followed it. And you can see that these are arranged in a timeline. We can also, or users can also adjust that similarity threshold with very fine degrees of precision and see the feedback in real time of article similarity. Hold on one second. I have skipped ahead and I didn't mean to. So users can also see what kinds of sources are amplifying a given narrative. In this case, you can see, I think, we can see that there are some Russian influence, China influence, Iran, some English-speaking audience sources in there, et cetera. And we also, since we are source-centered instead of document-centered, it's very easy for us to detect and visualize the behavior of all of the entities that we monitor. So this is an example of one article. This came out of MiddleEastEye.net, but this is being amplified by a number of sources that we're monitoring, and we report to our users the identity of these entities and the timestamps of their amplification events. And the result is that we can very easily spot clustering of behavior, which can help spot potential coordination between influencers. We also have a very easy way to essentially lasso a number of amplifiers and define them as a network. And once that's done, which takes 5 seconds, users can then monitor the amplification behavior of those entities in near real time going forward. And this can surface coordinated activity, coincidental activity. It can visualize activity that was unsuspected, or it can confirm behavior that was already suspected.
Mr. Griffith, I just want to jump in real quick. You've got about 3 minutes left.
Sure.
And so if you could jump to the most important part, that would be fabulous.
Sure, I'm on track, I think. our systems support interoperability, so all of our data visualizations are exportable. The analysts in the government do not use a single tool to do what they use. They typically use a suite of different tools by different developers. We want to fit into that ecosystem, into that chain wherever we are placed. So all the data in our system is highly exportable. But what does this add up to? The narrative intelligence that's derived from our console helps analysts monitor what entities are publishing and amplifying, lets them see emerging narratives as they happen. They can understand better how narratives originate, spread, and evolve over time. As we just saw, we can help detect possible coordinated activity. We can monitor networks, and collect and export data and visualizations, and basically better understand, evaluate, and respond to malign threats. And very quickly, briefs are compact, shareable, high-level summaries of narrative activity. These can be shared simply by copying and passing around a URL. The briefs contain a number of AI-based summaries, analysis, entity extraction, and visualizations about source behavior and source type. And these briefs can then be collected, organized into collections, and we provide these collections to a number of public and private sector entities. One of the most notable is the Embassy in Jerusalem. Uses a fairly extensive collection that we provide for them to monitor media activity around Hamas, and how Hamas and other similar organizations use traditional media and digital media to recruit young people in the area. So that's the quick walkthrough of what we do and how we do it. So I'm open for questions as well. I'll stop sharing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Griffith. That's a great example of how we can use the power of artificial intelligence to monitor this kind of stuff. While members are thinking of questions, I'll lob one out there. I think, from a state perspective, we are really thinking about the 2024 elections. And, I would be curious what you guys would say we as a state should be doing to counter the mis or disinformation, and what tools we should be supporting our Department of Elections with.
That's a big question. I would say, I want to be careful not to give my personal opinion as a corporate opinion. But I would say that battling disinformation is a question that is unsettled by people at the highest levels of government right now. There is the question of exactly what is misinformation and what is disinformation. We all think we know what it is, but I think once you leave the realm of the obvious, you start to get into some dicey debates about what is exactly truth and what is not. So I really don't have an easy answer about what should be done at the state level. We are working with a variety of state level agencies to start to formulate plans around exactly what you're talking about.
Okay,
but just to be perfectly candid, we haven't reached solid conclusions about it.
Great. Dr. Bontain, would you like to answer? Or I just also see that Chair Kaiser has a question.
Yeah, I can give a quick answer. So I think Mr. Griffin is right insofar as this is a complex space, but there are definitely things that we can do, right? So we have a lot of examples about the kinds of stories that got a lot of traction in previous elections. And the best thing I think you can do in that context is be prepared for reemergence of those narratives, reemergence of those kinds of stories. And rather than being reactive and waiting for those stories to emerge and then putting out some response about how, this video is not an instance of election fraud, or like these, we promise you that these voting machines are secure, right? Get out in front of those messages and say, and here are the steps we're doing to ensure the security of the electoral process. Here's the steps that we're doing to make sure that we're taking a proactive role and not having to just respond, because you can't anticipate everything, but there are many things that you can anticipate.
Thank you. Chair Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to both gentlemen, it's a variation on the question of what Senator Hester just asked, because that's what we're trying to figure out. But have either of you seen anything that other states have been doing in this regard that is working in terms of misinformation and disinformation?
I would say at the state level, no. At the federal level, there is some early movement that includes some bad ideas and some not so bad ideas. So that's the way I would characterize it. The whole Ministry of Truth approach is something that we as a company don't have much faith in. We do have more faith, I would say, in the governments at both levels should strive to establish, first of all, awareness. You've got to stay on top of this. You've got to understand ahead of time what's going on. You've got to be, inside of the OODA loop of the masses, I would say, before the chatter in my cycle diagram starts. You need to be on the very leading edge of that. That's the first place to nip disinformation in the bud. And the second would be to establish trusted voices. I don't want to say trusted authorities, but trusted voices that both sides of the aisle can trust, I think, is key. And I think we've seen over the past decade attempts to establish ministries of truth that quickly become undermined by partisan bias, and the result is that in the end, neither side of the aisle trusts them. So that in my opinion is just of key importance, is establishing voices of trust that both sides of the aisle believe in.
My quick response to that, or my quick response to your question, Chair Hester, is the same, or Chair Kaiser, is the same sort of response about the issues that make us vulnerable to this are social issues, right? So in some sense, you're trying to solve a problem that is much more systemic and long-term with some much shorter sort of intervention, right? And I think Mr. Griffith's response about identifying trustworthy voices on both sides who are willing to speak on behalf of, like, we believe that this process, this voting or election process, is safe and secure and of high integrity. That's the sort of example, or that kind of approach is an approach where we have examples of it succeeding in the past. Looking at other states that have done this, it's difficult to see a particular state that's been particularly successful in the United States. Other countries have tried to approach this through very different mechanisms that aren't, I think, directly applicable here. But I think you can approach it from a social problem and try and get people on both sides of the aisle who are willing to come out and say, we believe that this is a secure process. That'll be the most helpful. There's good evidence that that kind of approach is useful in many other contexts from a content moderation and information quality perspective as well.
Thank you. I see we have a question from Senator Kagan, Vice Chair of Quaddy.
Equad, whatever. Thank you. Senator Hester, Delegate Kaiser, both great questions. And my focus is really on election stuff as well. So thank you all for being here. I'm curious about the cost of dealing with this and the division of labor and responsibility. So in Maryland, we have the State Board of Elections and 24 local boards of elections. Do you have any advice for us? This is going to cost time and money. Seems like every elections board is going to need to have a website of sort of just the facts kind of thing, and maintaining that, updating that. And then additionally, how do we get all that information out to the average voter who will only hear the phony baloney stuff and not necessarily get access? I wonder if you could offer us any coaching.
Now, that is a great question that speaks to the complexity of the problem, right? That, in some sense, you need this local engagement. You need to empower these local branches, because those are the people that are most trusted by the audience, right? So ways that allow sort of engagement prior to the election with these local offices, I think, are valuable to build trust before somebody comes in to take advantage of the underlying vulnerability, right? And then, so that definitely requires time, energy, and effort beforehand to staff up a group, potentially in each one of these branches, who's responsible for that, and then have some facilitated connection between them and the state level desk. Because we've seen the other places, an issue that pops up in this county or this district is very likely to pop up in a different district.
Yes.
So there's a real need to have information sharing there.
I want to ask a follow-up question, but there are so many follow-up questions, and I know
Go for one.
Senator
Go for
Hester, we're good. I will just continue to watch and learn, but maybe I can just leave with a request that if you guys, again, Senator Hester's question about, is there anywhere that's doing it well? And I don't care if it's domestic or international, but anything that we can learn so that 2024 and beyond goes well in Maryland. Appreciate it. Thank you,
Does
Senator.
anybody else have a question? Because I could end with one in the 3 minutes that we have. Do you have one, Chair Kaiser?
Go for it.
Okay, so we've heard a lot about in campaign material, generative AI and deep fakes. And I'm curious what the status is with the technology for watermarking these things. Like, how do we know what is real and what is not real?
I can speak to that very, very surface level. There is an emerging niche of generative AI that is pretty good at detecting what has been generated by AI. That is almost certainly, however, going to be. It's just the start of a cat and mouse game. I think as the deepfake detection gets better, deepfake generation is going to get better. That's going to be a never-ending cycle. It's going to be an arms race, I think, between the generators and the detectors. In terms of watermarking, I think there are some promising approaches that use variations of the blockchain concept, the NFT concept. I think we'll have to see how that plays out, but there are some promising technologies that might defeat what I think is inevitably going to be an onslaught of visual fakery. That's going to get worse before it gets better.
Yeah. I'll speak briefly from my perspective, having been in cybersecurity before I was in academia. The primary issue is not the technology. The primary issue is the consumer of the technology, right? Speaking to Mr. Griffith's cat and mouse game analogy, I think that's absolutely true from the perspective of purely relying on tools to identify generated content, whether it be imagery or as a professor trying to rely on tools to assess whether my students are writing their papers or I'm just grading ChatGPT 20 times a day. Really, the most valuable signal that you can use here is the social signal, is the image coming from somebody you can identify, from someone who has social connections embedded in whatever community, from the standpoint of like, us as authorities trying to assess the provenance or veracity of a particular image or story. It's the social signal there that is the most valuable. And there's lots of evidence about how this is the case in many contexts. Trying to rely just on the tools puts you into this position of building a better mousetrap that somebody is just going to come in and do. So I think my recommendation would be amplify the creators, the people who are creating the content, engage with them rather than the content itself.
Train people to be more suspicious, toughen their minds.
That's a massively problematic thing, right? It's like,
yeah, look,
we talk about this.
We're still in the age of terrible Photoshop fakes.
Sure,
still getting a ton of traction.
Yeah, but so when I was doing my research at the political science department in New York at NYU, we asked this question of ourselves, right? Like, Are the actors behind Russian disinformation super sophisticated? No, they're using tools for doing social media marketing that the tools can do. And us talking so much about the capabilities that they have, or putting so much time and energy into saying things about Russian disinformation, does that really make us trust the information environment less? And that's bad for democracy. If we don't know where to go to get high quality information, that's, I think, bad from an informed electorate perspective.
Great. So we have more questions than answers. I'm looking
Yes.
forward to the 2024 onslaught of misinformation. Thank you all for joining us today. That was a robust conversation and the start of many, I think. We'll now be moving on to the last portion of our day, which is on the potential management and governance of artificial intelligence at the state level. And we have 4 speakers. And so the way that I'm gonna tee this up is to do 2 speakers, have questions and answers, and then do the next 2 speakers and have questions and answers. So first up, we will have Dr. Sorel Friedler, Associate Professor at Harvard College, but most importantly, she helped to write the AI Bill of Rights. She will be followed by Ben Yellen, the Program Director of Public Policy and External Affairs at the University of Maryland. And then we will have Cherie Gibbons, the Chief Privacy Officer of North Carolina, the Department of Information Technology, to give us a real world perspective, ending up with Gabe Grab and Jessica Colleen from the state and local team at Deloitte. So Dr. Friedler, you are up first and you have about 25 to 30 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good to be with you all. I'm going to see if I can get my tech screen sharing thing happening. So please just bear with me for a quick second, if you would. Okay, you can all see that, I hope. Great. So yes, it's really good to be with you all. I'm Sorel Friedler. I'm a professor at Haverford and formerly at the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. I also have a PhD from the University of Maryland, College Park in computer science. So always good to be with you, Maryland folks. So I wanted to start by just sort of reminding us what we're all doing here when we're talking about AI, right? Why we care about it. I think we're all pretty aware of that, so I'm going to do this part fast, but it just seems worthwhile to spend a few beats talking about that. So obviously, AI is a huge industry, right? And seems to just be becoming bigger and taking over more portions of industry every day. So we obviously cannot ignore that, right? It's a huge driver of economic opportunity, especially in the US, right? If you look at some of the top AI companies, they're based in the US. We've also been hearing a lot of alarm from a lot of corners about how AI is going to end the world, right? The killer robots are coming. I think from a policy perspective, right, we're really, as policymakers, often focused on near-term concerns. And I would just say, as a computer scientist, I don't see this as a near-term concern. I would also say, to me, it seems like a fairly low probability of event. On the other hand, anything smart that we can do to put in guardrails around AI will eventually help that. So, if this is an area of concern for you, then I would just say anything that you're likely to do about the near-term things, right? Things that are already concerning your constituents are also going to help with this. In the sort of places where AI is being used now, there are a lot of applications that you're likely to hear about. One that I think is interesting and exhibits a lot of the same concerns you'll find in many other places, but doesn't get as much attention, is the AI uses in agriculture. These are largely uses to try to drive efficiency, right? How can you, optimize your crop yields? And that obviously has a lot of potential, right? And could be really important, and also has some of similar pitfalls if you're not careful about implementing this tech, as you find in other places. So in this case, that sort of drive to efficiency can end up meaning that you use too much fertilizer and ultimately over the long term damage the soil, right? But you can see how in the short term, it might look like a nice, efficient move, right, to get better yield. And so, just as in lots of other scenarios, you need to be really careful when implementing these, right? And as policymakers, we want to make sure that we're not encouraging these types of damaging outcomes, and we're not spending money for these types of damaging outcomes. I would also note that employment, especially AI use in employment, has been getting a lot of attention from the public. There's a Pew Research Center survey from earlier this year that you can see on the screen there with the link at the top in more detail, but it sort of describes the way that the public is really becoming aware of the use of AI as a hiring tool, right, to help screen job candidates, but also in the workplace. So workplace surveillance tools are becoming more prevalent. And the public has I would say, increasingly negative reaction to these tools, right? And so this is, an area of public concern, and also one that I think could really benefit from some basic guardrails, right? So that people feel like when they apply for a job, they're going to be considered fairly. So that was very quick. I also similarly want to do a quick overview of what is AI. I'm a computer science professor. This is not going to be a full-length course on this, but I do think it's useful to ground this just a little bit in the technical reality of what these systems are, right? So these systems are built on data, right? Largely, these systems are machine learning systems, which means that you start with some set of what's known as training data. These are sort of the examples from the world that you would like your system to learn how to copy, right? Or learn how to follow patterns in this. So in our employment screening example, these might be the resumes of people you've historically hired, along with decisions about whether you hired them, or maybe it also includes folks that you screened out, right? And then the goal is to get the system to learn to recognize that pattern. There's a few important takeaways, even just from that brief description, right? So that means that you have to have data. You have to have data where the goal in the data is actually the goal you want. So if you had a company that historically refused to hire women, and you take all of their resumes, and then you try to copy those decisions, right? Then the type of pattern that you're going to try to replicate is a discriminatory one, right? It's the pattern of only hiring men into this company. You also have to note that these are data about people, right? That are then being used to make decisions about them. And so this also brings up privacy concerns. So what happens in these systems? So they take the data. There's a simple pattern finding algorithm, which you can think about as sort of a line of best fit, right? And out comes a trained model, which is essentially that line, right? And then as future people, right, or other data points enter the system, they're matched to that line, and out comes a prediction. In addition to the data, there are also input from real people at all stages of that process, right? So there are people whose job it is, including in large language models like ChatGPT, to actually type in answers to help train the system. There's people whose job it is to tune the system, right? And in some cases, there's even times where the system realizes, say, that their input is pretty far from that line, and will actually send it to a person to get the answer, right? So I think it's useful to remember that these systems are not magic, right? They're working based off of data. There's a lot of human input at all stages of this process. So as policymakers, right, how can we think about this? So as was mentioned, I was part of the effort to create the AI Bill of Rights. And our goal here was not to, create draft legislative language, right? But rather to give policymakers a framework for thinking about these types of decisions that are really based on our common democratic values. So we came up with 5 principles that these systems should be safe and effective. People should be protected from algorithmic discrimination. There should be data privacy protections. People should have notice and explanation when one of these systems impacts them. And there should be human alternatives consideration and fallback to make sure that when these systems inevitably fail, because they will inevitably fail, there's somebody there that somebody can call to try to help make it better. And so those are the 5 basic principles that we organized the document around. And I wanted to also point you all to the document as a sort of longer resource. In the full document, you'll find more examples of what can go wrong when you're not sort of careful about guardrails with these systems. You'll also find descriptions of what can be expected, right? These are things that you can ask a developer to do and they can actually do, right? Put in testing guardrails, test for discrimination, and so on. And then in the final sections, we have some examples of places in policy or practice where people are actually trying to live up to these principles. So I'll go through some of those now and, try to tie them concretely to actually how you can make policy around this. But I did also want to point you to the longer document in case you wanted to get into the weeds on any of the details. So the first question when you're thinking about how to make policy or law in this area, from my mind, is which systems are we talking about? And so right off the bat, I want to encourage you not to get into some long protracted debate on what is the definition of AI. This is something that the EU has tried, and I think it's been somewhat embarrassing for them. And this is always something where, there's going to be a computer scientist who disagrees with another computer scientist. And I would suggest that you just sort of stay away from that particular debate and move the debate instead to what you actually care about, right? Which is, how are these systems impacting your constituents? And so that was also how we framed the AI Bill of Rights, right? We said, we're really interested in systems that impact people's rights, opportunities, or access, okay? Because those are the systems that are impacting people. We're not, for example, really interested in a system that my students have made because they're learning about a class, right? That is AI, but it's not an AI system that we really feel like we need to govern, right? They're just, they're doing some research, they're learning how these things work. And so we're really concerned with these systems that impact people's civil rights. So these are areas like employment, housing, and so on, equal opportunities, access to critical resources or services like healthcare, government benefits. Go back. And so if you're wondering sort of how to do this specifically in legislative language, I wanted to point you, there's a couple of definitions that sort of look a little bit like this one. This one's taken from a California bill on automated decision tools. There's also one sort of like this in various sort of federal examples as well. But the idea here is to define these systems based on the types of decisions or actions that they're able to take. Which allows you to say, what are the areas of impact that I'm really concerned about, and define those specific areas. So in this example list, we look at consequential decisions, and it's based on employment, education, housing, essential utilities, healthcare, financial services, criminal justice system, right, and so on. So it defines these sort of high-risk areas and says, if an AI system is impacting somebody in one of these areas, then it's going to be covered by this law. And you can do that if you're concerned, for example, about state agencies being able to make the determination of, is this particular system covered or not? You could even add one level more of granularity and guidance to them here. So you could say, well, we're going to actually just go ahead and list out the specific systems, right? So I give an example here for healthcare. You might say, okay, well, if it's an AI-assisted diagnostic tool, if it's algorithms or predictive models to support clinical decision-making, right, and so on, right? These are the systems of concern. Or you could do more of a regulatory refinement model, right, where you say, okay, Health and Human Services is going to have the power to list out specific algorithms, specific AI systems, and determine whether they're covered. right? But I do think that by moving the focus to say, what are the specific systems that we're concerned about that we want to make sure are governed appropriately, that also moves the conversation to one that policymakers are more comfortable having, right? And also to the point of impact. Okay, so then I wanted to go through each principle and think about, how do we achieve that in terms of policy? And I wanted to start by really emphasizing safe and effective systems and giving you just a little taste about why. So I think that often when these systems are sold, both to governments and to consumers, there's an assumption that they work. And they should work, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they do. So there was a recent investigative report that looked at a New Jersey police department that paid a whole bunch of money for a predictive policing system that the investigative report found worked less than 1% of the time. And I have to say, as a computer scientist, I would call that a system that does not work, right? And I would wonder how much money they paid, right? And whether they could have caught that beforehand so that they didn't waste that money, which could have gone to paying police, right? This was a police department, right? If their goal was to have better policing and they were going to take a chunk of money to do something, it seems like there are probably better ways it could have been spent. And so, the goal of this principle is really to avoid that, right? Don't spend the money on something that's not going to work. So how do you do that? Well, you want to have those requirements, right, beforehand, before you buy the system, before you start using it. And so that can include having sector-specific requirements for testing, right, or a state tech office that these things are routed through. But overall, the goal is to have requirements that show that the system is going to work, right? To have testing, to have reporting requirements, say from a company that you're procuring software from, to make sure that it actually works. And in order to do that, you are going to need some amount of technical talent to be able to read that. But I also think that you can really make good use of agency sector-specific expertise, right? Because if what you want to know is does this healthcare system work? You're going to want people who understand healthcare, right? Not just people who understand computer science. And you already have the people who understand healthcare. I would also point out that, there may be certain situations that you all decide really are never going to work, right? And where you just want to have a statewide ban on the use of that technology in certain circumstances. And so, that's sort of another question that I raised. The specific one I suggest is a ban on affective AI in law enforcement. There are a lot of technical concerns about whether those systems can ever work, right? Whether they do work now and whether they can ever work. So I have a link at the bottom of this. I can send the slides around to sort of some of that research collected. Again, you can think about sector-specific approaches here. So using the example of employment, right? You could think about, okay, how do you scope which specific employment algorithms are in scope? What are the goals, right? What are the sort of high-level value statements that you want for this area? And then you could have, the relevant state agency say, okay, like, here's what that's going to mean, right? Here's our guidance about what it means to comply with those principles. And again, it is useful for these requirements to be in place before the system is used, right? So that you don't end up wasting money or hurting people's employment chances. For the second one, algorithmic discrimination. So this is something that appears in a lot of different sectors and for essentially all demographic groups, right? And so these are situations where hiring tools have rejected applicants because they have the word women's, like women's chess club captain, in their resume, which is not relevant to the job. You shouldn't reject somebody, because they were on the women's chess club instead of the chess club. But, these systems are just trying to find patterns, right? And so they'll often replicate historical discriminatory patterns in the data. So we've seen that in hiring. We've seen that with large language models, right? Finding the statement, I'm a Jew or I'm gay, to be toxic and sort of removing it from view. We've seen that in healthcare risk assessments where Black patients have been incorrectly marked as not needing as much care because historically they haven't had as much money spent on them, right? So this appears in essentially all sectors and for essentially all demographic groups. And so we need to do something to protect against it. In terms of thinking about policy, it's always useful to have a definition of what algorithmic discrimination is. And so I point you to this one from an executive order, I think it was from February of this year. There are also, other similar definitions in state and federal bills that have been introduced. And what can you do about it, right? So again, requiring testing is really important, but also making sure that there's associated enforcement, right? That there's, for example, a private right of action, other sector-specific requirements and oversights, and impact assessments is the way that we generally refer to the type of testing that's especially useful for catching this type of harm. And impact assessments are also useful for ensuring that the systems work, for ensuring, public transparency and accountability. And these impact assessments are essentially detailed and specific questions about the system, right? And ideally, they also include a public consultation component, right, to bring in some of that public consultation and transparency and accountability. There are a few examples, again, at federal and state levels of what types of questions you might want to include. And often the process for this is that these need to be both pre-release and ongoing, because sometimes these systems, you'll find concerns about them sort of after they've already been deployed, right? And so you need to check to make sure that they continue to work. And this testing in a lot of the existing legislative models is actually done by the company, right? And then submitted in documentation, for example, to a state agency. Third principle is data privacy. So thinking about these data-focused interventions. As I was sort of mentioning at the top, all of these systems rely on data, right? And so we need to really think about data privacy and how these systems are being used to make decisions about people who might not have really given consent for their data to be used in that way. There are obviously a lot of federal and state bills, ADPPA, and then there's sort of many variants in many states, as I understand it. You all haven't yet passed one. So I don't think we need to, belabor all of the items that need to be in that type of data privacy legislation, but I would just point out that it's incredibly important when it comes to AI to have those types of data protections in place. Just quickly, also transparency, incredibly important for public trust. Impact assessments can form a useful part of that type of transparency, but you can also think about adding in requirements for things like adverse action notices. These are already required for financial decisions, but you could institute a similar type of requirement for employment decisions, for housing decisions, right? For these other important areas. And then finally, we have to think about labor when it comes to AI. So here we need to think about, both how do we protect jobs, but also how do we make sure, again, that there's a person that you can call if a decision was made about you, that you want to appeal, right, that you want to understand better. So I want to just quickly go through, I know I'm running up against time, but I want to quickly go through a few sort of specific recommendations about how to do these things sort of one level more concrete. So, again, one thing that you could start by thinking about is, are there AI uses that you think should be banned in the state, right? Either in the private or public sector. And generally, one of the things that we found when working across the federal government is that a lot of agencies already had relevant authorities that they could apply to AI, right? So for example, the EEOC has put out a number of public statements saying that, all of their relevant authorities apply when it comes to algorithmic hiring, and that they are planning to continue to enforce against discrimination, even in that context, right? Similarly, at the federal level, HHS has been doing a lot of work thinking about their governance over clinical decision-making algorithms. Right. And so there may be relevant authorities that your state agencies, would also like to bring into force. Again, by focusing on the impact on people, right, some of those authorities become more clear, but of course they may need resources to be able to take those steps. And I would encourage you all to start by thinking about what are the priority areas, right? What are these areas of impact that you're most concerned with? And this might be cross-cutting in the sense of, wanting to really work on data privacy or protect against algorithmic discrimination, or they might be sector specific, right? Wanting to make sure that people are not locked out of government benefits because a facial recognition algorithm couldn't identify them, right? Or wanting to make sure that people aren't locked out of housing for spurious reasons. I would also encourage you to make use of the sector-specific expertise that you already have in state agencies. I have really found at the federal level that can take you pretty far, even without the technical experts in the room. But you will also need, some possibly shared technical expertise, perhaps a centralized office that can, work with various state agencies. Similarly, it's also useful to think about, what governance structure you want to have in place, right? Especially when thinking about procurement, who's going to make sure that, these systems have actually been evaluated and tested. And maybe that's sort of a chief AI officer for each agency, just some thoughts on structure. And then similarly, it's really important to think about how to achieve public accountability with this, and also how to make use of, the expertise that you do have in the state with the University of Maryland, and other players, how to help bring them in to make this type of oversight possible. And then finally, when you're thinking about transparency requirements, I would encourage you to be very specific, because I think that, if you can ask the right questions, then even just asking those questions can ensure that basic guardrails are in place, right? If you ask someone, how did you test this system for discrimination? Then even just giving you back an answer will mean at least that they did that basic testing. Right. And so being really specific in those transparency requirements can be useful. Two places I would start is just what AI is currently being used by state agencies, right? Having an answer to that question seems really important. And then similarly, what checks are performed as part of procurement or grant funding? How can you make sure that these systems are tested to make sure that they work? And I just wanted to close with a list of a bunch of resources, but I'm also happy to talk through them. And I see there's already a question. So thanks, and I will pass it to you for the question.
We've got 2 minutes, Senator Kagan, then we're gonna have a longer Q&A after the next speaker. Do you want to ask your question quickly or wait?
I heard you say that. So maybe it can be held or whatever, but Dr. Friedler, you were terrific. Thank you so much for your presentation. I wonder, you talk about ban it here and ban it there. I'm curious, and maybe either you and or successive people, how do you possibly enforce it? How is it possible, and how can we pass laws that will actually be effective? Just because we say you can't murder someone, there are still people who murder people. So I will let Senator Hester decide whether that's a question that we want answered now or later. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
I would just I have a very quick response, right? Which is that I would start by thinking about places where the state is paying for these things, right? And you can decide not to pay for them.
Okay. I have a ton of questions too, but we're going to move on just for a short presentation by Ben Yellen from the Center for Health and Homeland Security. And Dr. Friedler, if you'll stay on for about 10 minutes, we'll open it up to questions for both you and Dr. Yellen.
also gonna see if I can master this technology. If you'll just stand by for 1 second.
Yeah, we saw your screen briefly and then it disappeared.
Gotcha. Let's just do this. All right, thank you, Co-Chair Hester, and I know Co-Chair Kaiser had to step out, but thank you for having us at this hearing. My name is Ben Yellen. I am with the University of Maryland. Oh, she is here. I heard you were going to step out, but I guess you did not step out. So good to see you again, Co-Chair Kaiser. I'm Ben Yellen with the University of Maryland Center for Health and Homeland Security. I'm also here with our lead researcher for this project, Quinn Laking. I think our presentation piggybacks quite nicely to the previous speaker, who Dr. Friedler, I thought was excellent in describing some of the substantive goals of the Federal AI Bill of Rights. And I think that segues perfectly into governance. How do we set up institutional bodies that can effectuate those goals? And with that in mind, we've engaged in a months-long research project with the cooperation of the Joint Committee and Senator Hester to look at some of these AI governance bodies that have popped up either in proposed or enacted legislation. So generally, these are governance bodies that have the authority to review existing AI policies, identify advantageous uses of the technology, and then ways to mitigate the risk. And there's a large variation in the types of these governance bodies. Some of them, we're going to get into more detail on this, have enforcement power, particularly within state agencies, and some of them are more advisory in nature. The ones that have the enforcement powers, I'll note that it's been much more difficult to get those enacted in the states where they've been proposed, including Washington State. I think for context, it's important to know why we need a governance body in the first place. I know our previous speaker talked about institutional expertise that's already at these agencies. Perhaps those individuals could promulgate regulations. There's also the General Assembly. I think there are a couple of reasons why a separate governance body has its own advantages. For one, this is a fast developing technology. You want to be on the cutting edge. Oftentimes the technology moves faster than certainly a legislature or an executive branch is able to react to some of these changes. And then I also want to emphasize the importance of a multi-stakeholder approach. I noticed one of the speakers in one of the morning sessions talked about the importance of diversity among stakeholders in some of these governance bodies. And so if it's confined within an individual agency, you miss out on a lot of institutional expertise that's important when we're talking about things like anti-discrimination policies. We're going to get into some models of how other states have tried to integrate outside stakeholders as part of this decision-making process. Generally, we've identified 3 types of governance bodies that have emerged in legislation across the country. I talked about really the most robust form of a governance body, and that's a body that has full enforcement authority. So in Washington, the way the proposed statute is authored, by 2026, a newly created state board would have pre-enforcement authority on the use of AI systems within state agencies. So it would have to go, each proposed use of a new AI system would have to go in front of a review board. The review board has the authority to either approve the use of that new tool or reject it, go back to the agency and say, here are the corrections you need to make to ameliorate some of these problems. In the alternative, there are governance bodies that are empowered to study AI with a group of diverse stakeholders, but generally that authority is limited to submitting findings and recommendations to governing bodies, so the state legislature or departments in the executive branch. And then there's the hybrid approach. I'll note that Connecticut is a state that has taken this approach, where a statute both grants state agencies the authority to regulate aspects of the use of AI within state agencies. And then there's also, for broader policy questions, a separate advisory board within the executive branch. So these are the different types of governance bodies that we've seen pop up in our research from the states.
And I'll be taking it from here. Thank you. So for our next slide, we're going to be talking about the scope of our study. So we looked at 6 state bills that were enacted between 2020 and 2023. So these passed. And then we also looked at many proposed bills. And we attempted to identify what was in the past bills that wasn't in the proposed bills that died in the committees. And so we're going to talk about the purpose of the bill, the scope of the bill, whether there was enforcement power, and the membership makeup. So the 4 states that stood out in our study was Colorado, which passed. It was a facial recognition task force. The second bill is Connecticut's AI working group, which also passed. Massachusetts has a commission on automated decision-making that has been recommended for passage this year, but has not yet officially passed. And then Washington has a proposed algorithmic accountability review board. So first, we're going to talk about the enforcement power. Of those 4 bills, the one with the strongest language for enforcement power was the Washington bill. In this bill, they recommend that there is an office that will develop guidelines for adding AI into state agencies. They'll also be guided in making those guidelines by minimum standards that are set in the bill by the legislature. So this creates a floor. Are you muted? This creates a floor where the office can make guidelines that are more restrictive, but they have to at least meet the minimum standards that the legislature has identified as very important for AI integration. They'll also have to inventory state AI use and keep a running inventory. They'll need to do ongoing approvals and essentially oversee the use of AI in government continually using impact assessments. It also was a mixed stakeholder member board, and so it was not only government employees, but also interested groups from the state in general that included the private sector. So another piece of these bills was the scope. So how much of AI were these offices or boards looking at? So I have 2 comparisons here. These are just the definitions that were used in the bills. So in Massachusetts, which is near passage, they allowed them to cover all types of AI. So they define artificial intelligence, they define algorithm, they define automated decision system, and all 3 of those types of systems are covered in that bill. In contrast, Colorado is specifically concerned about facial recognition. So in their bill, they're defining facial recognition, and that's what they specifically want their board to focus on and make recommendations. I did note, though, that the Colorado board has the option of recommending that they look at more broad AI systems. And then based on legislative approval in a later year, they may be able to expand the advisory board to cover more than that narrow topic. So I think this just shows that if you have a more specific concern with AI, you can make a specific advisory board, or you can have a more broad one and get many different stakeholders to comment on the more broad. Next, we have some model language from the Massachusetts bill for membership. This had a very diverse group of people who would be on the advisory board and make recommendations on how AI could impact their industry or their community. So as an example, they had representatives from the legislature and the judiciary. They had the attorney general. They had secretaries of the public safety office and the health office and the children and family department. They had 6 academic experts who focused on different areas of technology and the law. They had social workers. They had a representative from the NAACP, as well as various tech collaborations or councils throughout the state of Massachusetts. So we picked this out as a very diverse and looking at how AI can impact many different industries and not just government, not just health, not just education. It was very broad. And then finally, we're going to talk about the purpose here. This is from the Connecticut bill, which was one of the more interesting bills that we looked at in the study because it was a hybrid between a government-based enforcement group and an advisory board. It had both pieces within the bill. And so I thought that this purpose really encompassed what the value of having a board is to oversee AI. It says here that the board is responsible for recommending best practices for AI, who's responsible for AI oversight, how to regulate the government's use of AI and make that transparent. And also, as they specifically call out the White House blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights and making that effective within the state. And that completes our presentation. So we'll be ready for questions.
Thank you so much. That was great. And I just wanted to let the commission members know, the joint committee members know that there's a draft report coming out from the center shortly. You should have the draft, and we'll get the final shortly. So now I'd like to open it up to questions. We have about 10 minutes for questions for Dr. Friedler or Ben or Quinn. I see Delegate Bartlett has a question.
Actually, I don't have a question, Madam Co-Chair. I just wanted to say thank you. This information is super helpful. Actually, I do have a question. And I wanted to ask everyone this, but I didn't, and perhaps you all can let us know offline or whatever you want to do. I wanted to know how many of our presenters actually used AI to prepare today. And I'm just curious. And I know we all use it in, in our daily lives, but I mean specifically for your presentation today.
Speaking for us, I did not put a presentation for joint committee in ChatGPT this morning. All of this was our own original thoughts. So,
and and I don't want to disparage. I don't mean it in a disparaging way.
Sure.
I was just wondering because I was curious as to whether or not you were able to use it as a helpful tool. That's where I was going with it. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I am in the same situation, right? And it's because I worry about its accuracy that I don't find it as useful, right? So there's a phenomenon that's now been fairly well documented, which is that you can say, okay, tell me about this thing and give me the citations for it, right? And it'll give you things that are like formatted like citations, right? Like they might fool you into thinking that a book by that name really exists or a website at that URL really exists, but they don't always, right? Similarly, like I asked it to write a bio for me at some point. And even though, as I said, I'm a proud Maryland alum, it said I went to Cornell, which is not true. So it's not accurate. And so I am concerned about that. I jumped on sort of right at the end of your previous discussion about disinformation, right? And I think that's a really real concern there.
Seeing no other hands, don't think I see any other hands. I have a question, and it's slightly different for Dr. Friedler than Dr. Yellen. For Dr. Friedler, I'm intrigued by the sector-specific strategy because I think managing this in the abstract will be difficult. But if we drill down to like the Department of Health or the Maryland Insurance Commission, and we empower them to regulate AI, they know what the issues are. They know where the discrimination could be. But, we're short-staffed in every agency. So my question is, really, how do we empower them? And then when it comes to these assessments, where does that happen? And then Dr. Yellen, you could be thinking about this. My question is, how does this sector-specific strategy kind of marry with the governance kind of committee? Dr. Friedler.
Yeah, so, I think you're exactly right. That if you can really engage the folks who have that deep and specific expertise, right, that they will know what questions and concerns they have about this system because they know what questions and concerns they have in general, right? In general about, how healthcare is provided, right? Or how government benefits are allocated and who has access to them and how that access is gated. And I also agree, right, that writing down those very specific questions, making sure they get integrated into procurement, right, making sure that all of these tests are done and figuring out what that checklist is time intensive. My hope is that you all will be able to take advantage of the work that we know is going on at the federal level, right? So I had sort of been hoping it might be out before we spoke and I would get to read it and tell you some thoughts on it, but that hasn't happened yet. But we do know that an executive order on AI is coming. There was a Washington Post story earlier today that says that it's coming next week. So we only just missed being able to talk about it, but an executive order is coming next week. Hopefully soon after that, there will also be guidance from OMB to the federal government. That's what I would really be watching, is that guidance, right? In other words, does that guidance include already a whole bunch of specific questions directed to the Department of Labor, right, for their procurement processes? Does it already include that list for HHS? Because that would allow you to pass that on to the agencies, right, and say, use this as a starting point, see whether it matches your concerns or doesn't, right? See how it needs to be modified. It's always easier to edit something than it is to start from scratch. So I'm hoping that'll be the answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think on our end, there is something to be said about this hybrid approach, where you are both leveraging the institutional expertise within agencies, but then there are some big picture moral, ethical questions that I think would need to go in front of a more diverse governing body. So I think the answer is you can have both. You can empower individual agencies to promulgate regulations based on their expertise, but in terms of bringing in people to have a broader conversation about how we use AI, how we balance the risks and the rewards, that's where I think there's a value in the type of diverse stakeholders that we saw in the Massachusetts model.
Excellent. Any questions?
I have one follow-up, if I may.
Yes, please, Delegate Bartlett.
Thank you. So to follow up the answers that you can't necessarily trust just yet, that leads me to wonder what level of AI or should we have in our state agencies if we're not at the level yet where we can trust. So it sounds like we almost need to regulate first, improve, and then bring it into our state agencies. And I'll direct this to Dr. Friedler.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Right. And it's part of the reason why I gave you that example about the predictive policing system that it turned out just didn't work. Right. So I think, I would encourage you to think about what is the minimum bar, right, for testing that we expect, right, before these systems are used. What's the minimum bar for efficacy? How do you determine that? How do you make that transparent so that there can be public trust in the use of these systems if they're being used, within state government or funded in some other way by state government?
I guess I don't see any other questions. So just to piggyback on what Delegate Bartlett said, if we establish that minimum bar for the testing, sometimes the state's going to be a developer itself, right? So we could partner with a company to do something with our own data, so we'd be the developer and the deployer, where I think then we would be wanting to test it ourselves. So, that's something I think we should is that actually a safer way to incentivize, us working, is it safer for us to be in that developer role where we can know that we're following the AI Bill of Rights and actually start to experiment with it so that we don't get left behind, and we can figure out how to test something so that we can test the private sector's products?
Yeah, I don't know if I can make a determination one way or the other of whether it's safer or not. What I would say is that if there are standards that you would hold the state to as a developer, right, I would encourage you to think about holding a private developer to those same standards, right? In other words, either way, right, whether the state is paying a private company for a service or doing the development itself, you should be able to ask for a certain level of testing, a certain level of transparency, right? So that you can be confident that the systems are behaving in the ways that you want them to.
Right, that makes sense completely. Okay, well, I would just like to thank Dr. Friedler, Dr. Yellen, Quinn, thank you all so much for the hard work, and thank you for answering the questions we asked. I always really like it when I send presenters questions and they actually answer them, and you guys nailed it, all three of you. So thank you so much. We're going to move on to
Thanks so much, everybody.
The second half of today, and we're going to begin with hold on, I'm finding my agenda. Sherry Gibbons, who is with the North Carolina Department of Information Technology. Sherry, are you there somewhere? I've got the sun in my eyes, sorry.
Yes, I'm here.
Fabulous. Okay, so we'll begin with you, and then we'll turn it over to Matt Gracie from Deloitte. But you have 25 to 30 minutes. And I just want to thank you so much for talking with us. We are thrilled to hear from a state who is really leading the way in this area in terms of actually getting stuff done. So over to you, Sherry.
Okay, thank you so much. So I want to share my slides. I have to admit that we don't use Zoom very often. So I'm going to attempt to share my screen maybe and see how that turns out. Oh wait, or maybe I can share my slides. Let's see. Can y'all see my slides now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So I guess I would start with a little bit about how I came to work on AI governance for our state. First, thank you for inviting me to speak here. I think it's an important topic, and I think all the states are wrestling with this now, and a lot of us are in roughly the same place. So my background is that I am the first chief privacy officer for the state of North Carolina, and my background is in federal privacy. So when I came into it, I come with the knowledge of what I've done before and what I've seen trickle down to states. So when I looked at AI, it's something that I'd heard about, thought about, but not thought about deeply. And it wasn't until I went to the Global Summit for the International Association of Privacy Professionals, I think it was last April. And we had a privacy bar. The first day was about for lawyers who are interested in privacy. It's the privacy bar section. And they were talking all about AI and what you needed to be doing. And I came back and I was like, oh my gosh, we have got to get on this. So I went into our executive meeting and I'm like, hey, look, I've been hearing all this stuff. I'm very concerned. We need to look at our contracts and everything that's going on. And from there, we started to look at it, see what other states had been doing. And we realized that we really needed to get something going quickly. So what we did was we came up with an approach of looking at all the different documentation that's out there. And there's so much, right? We're getting stuff from vendors. We're getting, independent articles. We're getting all this kind of stuff to sort of vet what do we think we're going to have to do? What do we want to do? What's best for the folks in North Carolina? And then also, what do we need to do at this stage to start to roll that out? So that's the approach that we took. And I think before I move further, let me just show you that in North Carolina, the way that privacy and cybersecurity works is that we have overlapping responsibility. We're both listed as chief risk officers. And so we have these overlaps in what we do. So part of the work that was done here was done in privacy, but in conjunction with cybersecurity. And then also, with our IT folks, with our operations people, with legal and the like. So when we look at it, I've looked at the things that I have to do as part of privacy and the things that are important to me. So one of the things that was rolled out with privacy shortly after I came to the state is the Fair Information Practice Principles, which most everybody is familiar with, right? So we have our own version of that, but it's essentially the principles that underpin the Privacy Act of 1974. those all align to the little gray section over there about how we're going to handle data. So when we look at how we're going to handle data and with AI, the same sorts of things would apply. So that's how we sort of framed it. And then with privacy and cybersecurity working together, we looked at what is our state already doing, and so what is the best approach to build on what we already have. So our state, as I know that Maryland is also, is a NIST state, right? So a lot of what we do is a lot of our policies are informed by NIST and NIST standards. So when we looked at how are we going to define our terms, there's a lot of questions out there where people say, well, how can you define what, artificial intelligence is or what Gen AI is and all of this? We went with NIST, right? NIST has come out with a glossary of AI terms. We already have adopted the cybersecurity framework. We're moving towards adopting the NIST privacy framework. We use all kinds of NIST standards. It makes sense for us in our position to adopt NIST standards. So that's what we did. We looked at defining our terms according to how NIST defines them. And this is what you're seeing on the screen now is, how do we define artificial intelligence, which you'll see is quite broad? How are we defining generative AI? And then we've looked also at, so the responsible AI and trustworthy AI comes in part from NIST, but it also comes from the fair information practice principles. And then we also see that echoed in the AI Bill of Rights. So we're looking at all of those things, and we have pulled out for our framework that what we want to have is as North Carolina wants to have a responsible use of AI, and that's how we're framing it. So we're looking at principles that people can implement and can take to heart, right? So an ethical framework for that. And then we're also looking at specific guidance. What kind of guidance can we give them? Now, I think before I move further, I should tell you that this is still in draft. Our approach has been a little different than some other states. We didn't have a working group set up originally, and we had to sort of move quickly on this. So our approach has been to create a document that we can all look at together and build on. So this document is, it applies to all artificial intelligence. And then it has the 6 principles that we're seeing here. But then it also looks at what is guidance for generative AI, which we have, and what are the must-dos, what are the things that we absolutely have to do. So we've got like our ethical framework of principles. These are the things that we should be thinking about and we want to do. And it's incorporating things like the fair information practice principles. Then we're looking at what are the things that we absolutely have to be doing in order to have accountability, in order to be looking at fairness, that sort of stuff. And then we're also looking at what is the guidance that we have now, knowing that it may be subject to change, for how are we going to deal with generative AI. So that's essentially how we looked at it. And then what we've done is we set it out. So we have our 6 principles, and let me pull these up because I always forget to put them out just as they should be. So what you'll see is that our 6 principles echo a lot of the stuff that you will have seen with the OECD, with the European Union, that's in the AI Bill of Rights and the like. So human-centered, right? So this is human oversight, but also that it needs to be for the benefit of North Carolinians and for the public good. So we're concerned about anything that could negatively impact North Carolinians' exercise of their rights, opportunities, access to critical resources, and anything that's either administered by or accessed through the state. So all of the different types of services that you would be thinking about that could cause problems, we want the focus to be on the people and on the services. Then we want transparency and explainability. So this is something that I heard echoed over and over again, and having come from the federal space, I am used to the idea of plain language, right? That you need to tell people what you're going to be doing with their data, how you're going to be doing it, and the like. And so this is how we've looked at it, that we need to have clear descriptions of what we're doing. If we're going to be using it, it needs to be transparent. We need to explain why we're using it, how it contributes to the outcome. It needs to be in plain language. It needs to give a description of the data, the role that automation plays in decision making. Then we also look at things like security and safety. So undergoing pre-deployment testing and risk identification, looking at ongoing monitoring, resilience to attack, security standards. Then we have data privacy, protection, and governance. So we want to be protecting the data in the same way that we're protecting data everywhere else. The fact that it's in AI or being used by AI doesn't negate any of the things and the protections that we already have on the data. But also we want to be looking at who has access to the AI, right? And who's putting what into AI. So we've come up with a set of a risk chart that I'll talk about in just a few minutes that kind of looks at that. So like, what is the risk if you were to use certain types of information in AI? And then also, what are the risks I'm sorry, and that's for generative AI, and what are the risks of doing certain types of actions? So so you wouldn't want to put PII in generative AI, but also, there's risks with doing things like using it to create a policy that may not be reflective of what we're doing and not vetting it, that sort of thing. Then we also have a principle for diversity, non-discrimination, and fairness. So what we're looking at is keeping the concerns about it being fair and about non-discrimination, but also asking the question like, how does this impact diverse communities? And have we asked for their input? Have we looked at whether or not we've controlled for bias? And are we checking that throughout? Because really, if your data already is already biased, then the AI won't be able to change that. So we're looking at it like every step along the way and asking those questions. And then auditing and accountability. So we want to have safeguards in place so that we can make sure that the applications are functioning as they should, that we're monitoring, that everybody who's going to have access to it has training. So the people who are designing the AI have training about privacy and security and fairness and what all should be happening. And that essentially that we're all doing the things that we should be doing. So that's sort of like our ethical and our overall framework. Then we're looking at what are some of the must-dos. So some of the must-dos is that we need to have an AI inventory, right? There's no way for us to determine whether we're doing what we should be doing or not if we don't actually know where all we're using AI across the state. And that can be tricky. So we're working with our operations, and part of what we do is we already have an applications inventory, and we're moving to now add AI into that so that agencies can identify what AI they're using and provide us with some information. Now, when we came up with how we were going to do that, some considerations for how we would do the AI inventory, we're lucky in the sense that the CIO.gov, right, the federal CIO group has already come up with a sample of what it is we should be doing. And that was in response to Executive Order 13960. So we look at that. It's got like four questions that they think definitely need to be answered. There's a total of 9 that you should. We're working with that. And then our cybersecurity group is also going to be working with the groups to determine what all else we might need to ask. Do we need to tie in some of the security stuff with that? So that's how we're approaching it so when we look at, so in our state, we have, and probably in your state as well, we have a requirement that we have to do a data inventory. And that only makes sense. You have to know what data you have to make sure that you're adequately protecting it. If you don't know what it is, how can you be protecting it, correctly? So along that same lines, we see the AI inventory as an extension of that. So that's what we're doing with that. And that's why we're requiring that. We're also going to be rolling out training, and we're working on training for AI as well. Then we have also recommended that everybody use the NIST AI risk management framework to assess and manage the risks to their organizations. So at our level, DIT provides guidance for privacy and cybersecurity to all executive level agencies. What we're rolling out now is a framework that we hope that everyone will adopt because it makes sense, but we're putting a lot of the power to execute that with the agencies themselves. So that's how we've looked at organizing it. And I think that is something, so part of what we're doing is we are first rolling out this. We've done an internal review at the executive level. We've also met in different working groups. We've talked about it with our IT strategy board. And then we're going to be working in different working groups to go through with this so that we can get the input of our agencies, get the input of other stakeholders, and make sure that this aligns with what everybody wants to do. Initially, one of the things that was considered, and this week we got some pushback on this, was San Jose had come out with a framework earlier for generative AI, where they required people to, I think it was San Jose, where they required people to document each use of generative AI. We brought that out, we put that out as a possible, and we had a little sheet that you could, that was fashioned similarly to theirs that would tell you, here's what people are doing. And we got pushback that some of the agencies are resistant to that. So that may not make it in, but we'd still have that final roll up in the AI inventory. And we're sort of putting that out to the agencies to handle it how they want to. We've also worked with legal to put in the legal information, things like things that you would expect to see. So in addition to the training and awareness, agencies need to do assessments of any of the AI, particularly Gen AI that they're working with. They need to ensure that there's responsible use and that it's accurate, right? We also have information in there about how all of this could be a public record. And so we need to be mindful of that. We're also tying the use of AI in our state to our mission and vision for the state, so that what we want is for people to be using AI for the public good to further things that we are supposed to be doing, rather than just using it just any kind of way, right? So you need to have like a legitimate reason. It has to be moving forward what it is we're supposed to be doing as the state, as agencies, to move that forward. Then we also have guidance in place or in the draft for reporting and escalating issues, also for like the security departments to be vetting the different tools to find out whether or not they're trustworthy. So the thought here is that where we're most likely to find out that there's going to be a problem is that our cyber folks will find out first that there's an issue. So we need to have the inventory so that we can plug those gaps immediately, but we also need them to vet for us where we see things coming on the horizon that could be problematic. Then we're also looking at so as I talked about before, the risks and limitations of using generative AI. So right now, if we're looking at the publicly available Gen AI, right? So we're looking at what impact does that have if we were to use that? And what we did was we created a chart of what's like moderate risk, what's high risk, and what would be prohibited. And what that looks at is like information, like, so we've broken it down into two different categories. So information, what type of information will we put into the Gen AI tool? So, public information, okay, that's, very low risk, right? In terms of what could happen with that information, except that when we think about it, if we put out our information that we want to have people coming to our site to get the most current information, if it's then in Gen AI and then it goes out, then they may not be coming back to us. We may be losing out on the numbers that we need. We may be missing out on the changes that people need to be aware of and the like. We also looked at things like some things that I think people don't often think about, like one of the reasons that we may not want to put stuff that we're working on into Gen AI is that if it is in there and we allow people to use it for training, then stuff that isn't like a ready work product would be out there, and that might not necessarily be reflective of what the state or what the agency thinks or wants to do. Then we've also talked about the things that are prohibited and or things that you would need to get like a special assessment to do. So right now, we want people to understand that not only do we not want them using PII in the generative AI, but there are certain types of data like HIPAA, FERPA, things like that. We have in the state of North Carolina, we have the Identity Theft Protection Act. We have to look at what that information is and make sure we're not putting it out there and putting our folks at risk for identity theft. So that's in a nutshell how we have looked at it. We also added into it more definitions, and then we also looked at where do we get all the information so people can look at that for if they want to look more in depth and think about it. And then what we're doing now, we're into the next phase, is that we're starting to work with our working groups, because there are so many stakeholders that we need to sort of go, in smaller groups. And we're working with them now to look at the overall plan, the draft of what we have, and then also to look at specific use cases or specific guidance. So some of the feedback that we've gotten is that people want to know about specific types of uses. And so we're looking at that. When might that be appropriate? So in general, so like one that comes up is like using code, right? So there are security concerns with using code, but there's also the risk that we could be using other people's intellectual property and the like. But there could be a time when we might want to use it. And if that is the case, then we want to go through an assessment process to see that, okay, this is when we would do it. It would need to go through this assessment process, and then we would get sign off. So what we're trying to do is ensure that we know that everybody is excited about AI, and it does hold many great possibilities. But what we want to do is just be thoughtful and mindful of how it can impact the people in our state, and to move forward in a way that is responsible and is respectful of their data, and that represents, privacy and security and now AI best practices. So I guess with that said, all of that said, are there any questions that I can answer?
We do have about 10 minutes because you were so concise, Sherry. Thank you so much. I mean, I really, truly appreciate you making time. I know that you're a busy woman. And just learning from you from North Carolina is great. I did have a question, but if you could stop sharing your screen for a second, then maybe I can see if anybody else has their hand raised.
Yeah. Let me...
Okay, so while other members are thinking, my question was around the assessment. And so did I hear you say that when you're testing, a product or or an algorithm for cybersecurity, you're then running through these 4 to 9 different questions for artificial intelligence at the same time? And is it the same people doing it? I mean, I'm trying to figure out the talent issues here.
So the 4 to 9 questions is for our AI inventory. So that's a separate thing. But what we've asked is, in the way that we currently have it set up, is that what we're looking at is having so our chief risk officer, who's also our CISO, is going to be over that sort of vetting and coming up with like, what are the trustworthy sites, right? Which are the ones that we have concerns about. And then that filters out to our agency CISOs or security liaisons. Then if they want to go ahead and use AI for a particular thing, if it hasn't already been vetted, then we're looking at how to vet that. So in our existing privacy threshold analysis, we do ask questions about AI. Just as an FYI, ours is based on Homeland Security's privacy threshold analysis, which you can find online. The template, and that does ask questions about AI. So one of the things that we are looking at is, how can we get to the threat? We know that sometimes there may be cases where you absolutely need to use it, and we're not trying to stop agencies from doing things that will better the state and better our productivity and better help our folks. What we're saying is, let's pause, let's make sure that everything is right? So we have to make sure always that the security is in place, that we understand what we're doing, that we're handling the data correctly, and that we're not dealing with something that has risks. Then on the other hand, and I know that many of you have probably heard about this, some of the AI has, there are some lawsuits out there, right? I think this is something that has to be thought about. I don't know exactly what the answer will be for us, but I think it's something that I've raised that I think is a concern. And I think that anytime someone is going to use AI, you should know if there is pending litigation that it's violated privacy rights in certain states, or that it has violated people's intellectual property, all of that, right? That should be part of the information that you take in to make your decision and to make sure that it's the right one. So we have language in our guidance that, it has to go through legal review, and you have to understand the risks and all of that. And I think that's, and we have language in there about, like, when you're starting, if you want to use it, right, that you need to be using it with a state email address, that you need to make sure that, the agency is willing to accept accept you're using that, because you could be signing up for terms and conditions that, you know, we don't necessarily agree with. So that kind of language is built into there for as sort of like little mini checklists of things that you need to be thinking about. Because I think it is a complicated issue and we don't yet have all the answers. So we're recommending that people use the NIST AI risk management framework, but at the same time, we're trying to figure out how to implement that, right? How will we test for that? And right now, I haven't seen anybody who has that out there. So the moment that they do, I'll be excited to see it and see if we can't build on it. The other thing that's not reflected in here that we have been concerned about in our state is contract terms. Right. So a lot of what we have is we have AI already embedded in products that we're using. So that's part of what the AI inventory is designed to do. And then also we're looking at the contract terms. So we're trying to get education on that. There's at the end of this month or the beginning of next month, there's a conference IAPP is putting on for AI governance and has AI training, but also, and I'll probably mangle it because it just came out and I was looking for it, but I forgot what I did with the email. The European Union has come out with some draft language on contract terms that I think is very useful. And we have been circulating that. So between, you know, DOJ procurement, our procurement, the privacy office, we've been looking at that and trying to build on what others have done and try to implement and update our own procurement terms and our own procurement assessment. So I think it's going to be a gradual process, but we're looking at that and I think it has some really interesting language in there to think about, because part of what they're asking for there is that they're asking for the AI to verify that they have done this and they have done that, and to essentially give us what we would need. And I like that kind of language, so that takes a lot of the burden off of us.
Yeah, I think that would be incredibly helpful if we required it upfront when we signed the contract, for sure. I see Delegate Bartlett has her hand up. Or did. No?
It was AI, it wasn't me.
Okay. I was one more question, then we'll let you go, Sherry. When it comes to like procurement, are you thinking just executive branch agencies? Because I mean, down the line, I start to think about like, what are we buying for the K through 12 school systems? Like, do they need model contract language also? And what about the criminal justice, you know, the judicial system? Like so that is a whole nother area where, you know, we've seen some stuff that hasn't worked that well.
I'm very glad that you brought that up. So our IT strategy board, the folks that are on that include the UNC system, so the 17 colleges and universities, plus our community colleges. We also have the K through 12s on there. And what we have done is we're having an open discussion. So our position is this: we may only have the ability to govern or to give advice at this level, but we're giving good advice, right? We're looking at all the things that should be looked at. So, and I know I've told you this, people always think I have this colloquial thing, but like, I'm giving good advice, get on the bus, right? Like everybody should, like the state's data is everywhere. So it doesn't help for us to not do it in some areas and to leave those gaps open. And certainly part of what we do at the state level, at the enterprise level for both privacy and cybersecurity is that we do help all the way K through 12 and all the rest. So it helps us for us to be able to give them that information and to help them along the way, because the state's data is the state's data. So we want to make sure that it's protected wherever it is. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, well, seeing no more questions, we will move on to our next and final panelists. And thank you, Sherry, so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
And I misspoke before. I'm sorry. We had a lot of presenters today. So today we are joined by Deloitte, and that is Gabe Grab, Principal, and Jessica Colleen, Deputy for State and Local Government Relations. So you guys have about 10 minutes and then some questions. Like, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you so much for having us. My name is Jessica Colleen, and I'm with Deloitte. I'm the Deputy for State and Local Government Relations. But more importantly, I'm a University of Maryland School of Law alum. So I'm so proud to be here with you all. And it's wonderful to share some time with my classmate, Ben Yellen, who you heard from earlier. So it's like a little mini reunion for us. So that was so lovely. But I'm going to turn this over to my colleague, Gabe Grab, who's going to actually walk us through the presentation. And thank you so much for having us. We really appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Jessica. And nice to meet everyone. Just by way of quick introduction, my name is Gabe Grab. I lead Deloitte's AI and analytics practice for state government. So we've been, and really maybe just to explain, AI to us is really an umbrella term that means a lot of different capabilities. So it's things like intelligent automation, natural language processing, and machine learning and predictive modeling. And now really in the last year, generative AI. So we've been delivering AI solutions for almost a decade now and have a pretty large footprint across nearly 20 states. But really what's been emerging and where we've been spending a lot of time focused around how do we make sure we have the right safeguards and procedures in place is from a generative AI standpoint. So if we jump into the first slide, we really just wanted to highlight for you kind of some of the main areas or main capabilities that we're building out for our state government clients. So what we are recommending to our clients is really kind of to start small and to start with some of these low risk Gen AI solutions that primarily look at publicly available data and hopefully have a minimal impact. So explaining maybe one of them is the policy engine solution that we've built for several states. What this solution does is it actually ingests thousands of different pages of policy documents into a single kind of chat interface that allows a state user or a supervisor really to understand the policy. So if you're a Medicaid organization and you'd like to understand how the public health emergency is going to impact your state, you could go to this policy solution. Or if you're a child welfare expert and you really want to understand the newest foster care regulations coming out from the feds from an AFCAR standpoint, you can go to here. And then just, for our own sake, out of curiosity, we've actually uploaded a series of different Gen AI policies that many of our states are putting into place, just so that we internally can actually research and analyze them as well. So we're seeing a lot of interest from a kind of policy standpoint. The other thing we've been very focused on helping our state organizations to deliver is around ops. So AI ops, we look at this primarily as an internal function, but we're helping them to do things like incident analysis so they can understand what are some of the major defects, some of the major incidents that are impacting their system. We're also looking at test case generation and really overall application monitoring. So these are kind of some of the, I'd say, lower risk Gen AI solutions that we're getting started with. I know there's 4 or 5 other that are on the screen here, but just for a reference purpose, so you can kind of see what we're doing. So as we kind of shift gears, for us, really the foundation to AI is really focused around the business, right? What is the business driver? What is the business need? What are we looking to solve for from an end user perspective? So we deliver AI solutions across a series of different domains: health and human services, workforce, transportation, and more. So maybe just to kind of dive into one of these specific lanes and really to explain kind of how we're building AI solutions to help our citizens. So if we pick Julia from the left-hand side, so Julie's a resident of a state, like we can just say Maryland, for example. So she's recently lost her job. She has 2 dependent grandchildren and she needs help. So she's heard of food stamps. She's never applied before, but she has really no idea what other services are available. So if you kind of progress to the next slide, Jessica, what we can show is really how AI can help Julia. And, just out of curiosity this morning, I pretended to be Julia and I went and just Googled, how do I apply for food stamps in the state of Maryland? Right. And the first website I was directed to was maryland.gov. It was a fairly lengthy website that told me about SNAP eligibility. I was able to find an online application process. It then directed me to an MD Think portal or MD Think site. It asked me to select an English language preference. Actually, after I did that, nothing happened. So then I had to figure out how to close the screen out. I found a SNAP standalone application on the MD Think site after a little bit of search. They then asked me to register using my email. So I filled out the registration form. It took me 5 attempts to get the password right. It has to be 14 to 20 characters. It has to have two special characters. So I bring this up because this isn't a a novel challenge that's unique to Maryland. We're seeing this across every one of our states. So just to get in to apply for food stamp benefits in the state of Maryland, for me, it was about 19 clicks, and it took me 22 minutes because I timed it. And that doesn't include even starting the application process. So why do we think AI is important, and what are we trying to do to help our states? We're helping them really to streamline that application process. So how can we route Julia to the services that she needs? How can we help her to understand that, hey, there's not just food stamps out there. Potentially you may be eligible for Medicaid or for cash assistance or for these other programs. How can we simplify the application process? We're already requiring Julia to enter all this information to register for her account. Why can't we take that information and help autofill it into the actual application process? And then how can we leverage things like omni-channel design? So text message notifications, outreach, to continue that, to really alert Julia so that she understands what is the status of her application and what does she need to take action on. So I bring this up, and I don't know, maybe this is the AI optimist in me, but I think as you kind of are shaping policy, it's important that we help really build policies that help to kind of streamline this experience, while at the same time, safeguarding and protecting our information. So shifting gears to one more example, I know I'm pretty close on time. So this is Deloitte's, what we call our trustworthy AI framework. And I don't know, there's lots of fun words and themes kind of around the circle, but behind the scenes, just to explain a little bit of how this works and give a real example of where we've done this in the past. So we were hired by a state. The state was a child support agency. They asked us to predict the likelihood that a non-custodial parent, so mom or dad, would be likely or unlikely to pay their child support obligation. So what's their likelihood to pay? So we built an AI model, and we use our trustworthy AI framework to really explain that model and build transparency across the state. So what I mean by that is the solution and tool that works kind of behind this graphic, I guess, actually allows you to ingest the data. It allows you to look at what are the key factors that are driving the outcome of the model. So what is predicting the likelihood of pay? Well, it might be things like the checking account amount balance, or their credit score, or their history of payment, or his or her monthly income, their outstanding loan amounts, things like that. You can very clearly explain and see what are the factors and functions that are driving the model, both at an aggregate across all of our models and even down to an individual. The other thing that our tool allows us to do is allows us to put controls in place really to test for bias. So there's kind of two different types of bias that we look at. One, we look at model bias. So these are the actual factors that go into a model. So if you stick kind of with my payment likelihood example, if I don't have a checking account, our base model would disadvantage those individuals, right? Everyone would say they're unlikely to pay purely because they don't have a checking account. So when you're building these models, you need to make sure that you have a submodel or a subroutine that's in place to be able to intentionally ignore certain factors that at times may be required. It also allows us to look at biases for what we call vulnerable attributes. So a vulnerable attribute is really something like looking at gender or race or ethnicity. So with our tool itself, you can actually see the score and you can see the criteria of the model and you can see the match percentage and you can see really the accuracy threshold across these different factors. And you can combine them together. So if I'm testing payment likelihood and I want to see what is the likelihood that a white male between age 30 to 35 with a credit score amount or a credit score of 700 and a current bank checking account of $5,000 is likely to pay, I can isolate it down to that individual level. So making sure you have a tool in place that actually controls for bias and actually allows you to test bias in a really systematic manner has been critical for us to be able to really drive these AI solutions with success. And then the last thing I'll hit on is really around reliability. And I know there was a few questions around testing and how does testing work. So in our world, testing kind of works with really three primary groups. First and foremost, testing starts with the individuals that are building the model. So oftentimes that's Deloitte. That's what we're engaged to do. We're actually building the model. We're running the models. So what do we do to test? Within this tool set itself, there's a variety of different baseline testing data sets that we create. So for this example of likelihood to pay, we have historical data that says, here are individuals, their profiles, their details. that actually successfully paid their child support obligation. Here are individuals that did not pay. So we set that up as a controlled data set, and then we match the accuracy as we feed in new data against that baseline score. The other thing is in the tool itself, and this is why I like it, it's powerful. There's all kinds of different AI testing models that are out there. So you can look at things like precision scores and F1 scores and calculations that really drive model health. So that's kind of piece one. And that's, I'd say, really table stakes explanation for anyone that is actually building AI models. Piece two is really if you have a third party, and oftentimes we do this intentionally, we have someone that's not from our organization come in and test the model. We want them, especially if they're data science folks, to be able to come in and validate what we're building is accurate, is reliable, is trustworthy. So it kind of gives you that second level of sign off. And then piece three, most of the clients that I work with are state government clients. So we work with subject matter experts. So in this case, for the child support likelihood to pay, we worked with the child support staff themselves, and they were the ones that actually went in and validated based on their historical knowledge of an individual's likelihood to pay. So we kind of use all of those things and combine them together to make sure we're successfully testing. So I know I'm running right up against time, so I'm happy to take more questions. I only went through 2 or 3 of the things that we typically do, but I want to pause there to see if you guys have any questions or comments.
That was incredibly helpful, Gabe. I don't know, hold on, it's hard with the screen. Well, I will ask a question while we see if anybody else has one. So just like in the kind of model I've been thinking about in my head, if at the point of deciding that we either want to buy a product that has AI in it or create a product with AI in it, that is when we, am I correct in understanding that's when we would apply this type of framework and then for the tests? And when we do that, is it something that we have to hire an outside person to do? Is that what most other states are doing? Or are they trying to do some of the tests themselves, which is what I thought I heard from Sherry?
Yeah, maybe just to break down the 2 questions. So the first one in terms of, when do you do this or when does this make sense? So what we tell most of our state clients to do is really outline what we call an AI feasibility assessment. So at the inception of the project, whatever you're trying to do from a business application standpoint, let's think and sit down and really understand, is AI even right for this? A lot of times what we find is our clients think they need AI, but really they just need a dashboard, or really they just need a report, or there's not a predictive or machine learning component of it. But assuming that AI is needed, then what we do is we really evaluate and we try to figure out what is the right level of testing criteria. If you're doing something low risk, like you're trying to automate a process in an application to send out an email notification, for example, you may not need this full end-to-end threshold. But if you're trying to do something complex, you're trying to predict the likelihood that a child will be safe in his or her home, right? There's a whole level of dynamic that's required where you really truly need, I think, a framework like this to be able to systematically track it. So I know that's not the perfect answer, but it's a little bit of it depends, and it depends a lot based on that initial assessment. And I would say the risk and severity of the AI solution. So that's generally what we've seen.
And just to piggyback on that, the level of risk. I mean, I assume if we're working with the experts on the topic in the agency, they would be able to identify whether it was high or low risk. Yeah,
absolutely. And, we have some things that we can give the folks that say like, hey, here's a questionnaire where you can determine AI risk. There's, I heard Sherry say earlier that, there's the NIST AI risk framework that you can go and reference. But a lot of that risk identification and risk kind of impact should stem, I think, from your agency staff and from the individuals that are really the closest to the business.
Any other questions? Chair Kaiser? No? Well, I think that was really, truly helpful. And I think that you're catching us at the end of a rather long day with full brains. But the good news is that we're recording this, so we can watch it again and again while we figure out what we're going to do. Let me just, you could stop sharing your screen for a second. Yeah, I don't see any other questions. I think we'll move on to closing remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gabe. Thank you, Jessica. Well, I'd like to just, start by thanking everybody who is still here, my stalwart committee members, and those of you watching online who are still here. I thought I could do just a really quick recap of some of the highlights I've been capturing throughout the day, but what I'd like you all to be thinking about, I don't know if you have questions that weren't asked, or if you could think of, like, if going forward the joint committee could answer this or this. I'd love to hear those from you, so that we can send them to some of our speakers and try to get the answers. So in terms of the highlights, I'll just trip down memory lane. We started off this morning thinking about education. We heard from Dr. Waters at Morgan State, and we heard from Klaus von Zestro, Assistant Director of the Education Commission of the States. And my takeaway from that is that there really is this pivotal role of AI in education. Like, if we need to learn how to use it to close, the achievement gap, but we need to do it in a safe way. And so I think both speakers offered kind of really good insights into what the state can do and also what the local K-12 can do. We then moved on to hear folks from Consumer Protection and Citizen Services. We heard from Consumer Reports, the Office of the Attorney General, and Accenture. First and foremost, I think all of those folks underscored the importance of data privacy. We've tried for a couple of years to get that bill over the line, and I think it's really important. And I might take a fresh look at that bill and just make sure that it's got the latest, bells and whistles for artificial intelligence baked in if that's necessary. We also discussed a potential AI inventory, the urgent need to regulate deepfakes, the incorporation of AI into citizen services and how this can save the state time, save the state money, and deliver better services to our constituents. They don't have to spend 22 minutes figuring out how to get food stamps from MD Think. We then moved on to labor and workplace concerns, where we heard from Workday and also the Center for Democracy and Technology. I thought it was really interesting to learn about what other states are doing on electronic surveillance that can potentially impede worker well-being, and also some of the potential bias and discrimination that's kind of rooted in personality and aptitude tests and resume screening tools. So we had a robust kind of back and forth that didn't always agree on that topic. We then moved on after a brief break to dis and misinformation in elections. We were joined by Dr. Bontaine from the University of Maryland College of Information Studies and Greg Griffith, co-founder of Edge Theory. And we kind of came to the conclusion that there is a lot of misinformation and disinformation out there. It's going to get much worse. And I didn't really hear any solutions. So I left that meeting thinking we had to prepare for the 2024 onslaught of misinformation, but hopefully we can find out something that we can do in terms of educating people to be critical thinkers and not believe everything they see or hear online. That led us up to our final session of the day, where we were really thinking about these various governance models. And I thought all of our speakers here did an amazing, amazing job. We kicked it off with Dr. Cyril Friedler, who was one of the authors of the AI Bill of Rights. I really was struck by her sector-specific strategy, empowering agencies to really regulate AI within their domains, and buttressing, like affording them the capacity and the support that they needed in those areas. We talked a little bit about impact assessments and private rights of action in that session. Dr. Ben Yellen and Quinn Lakin joined us from the Center for Health and Homeland Security. They spoke about different models that other states have worked on. And I felt we were moving towards kind of a hybrid approach where we have both the internal the internal sector experts, as well as the kind of public folks, adding some transparency to how we were governing these things. And they spoke a lot about the types of power and enforcement that these groups could or could not have. We heard from Sherry Givens, Chief Privacy Officer from North Carolina, about kind of the baseline must-dos that their state has, including using the NIST framework, adopting principles based on the AI Bill of Rights, rolling out training, and really educating people about not putting PII and HIPAA data into generative AI programs. We wound up the day hearing from Deloitte, really on their ethical AI framework and how they can assist states in that area. I'm sure I've missed something, but that's the best I could do with the support of my TIFA staff and maybe a little bit of AI summarizing, I don't know. But that's where we're at. Just opening it up for committee members. Anybody want to offer some kind of words at the close of today, or flag some questions that you want us to send out to this group of amazing speakers we had?
Thank you, Senator. I would just add the ensuring that we get the follow-up from the ones that didn't give maybe the direct legislative advice from what they know or what they've seen in other states. But otherwise, thank you to all the DLS staff and for you for everything you did prepping us for today.
Yes, thank you, DLS staff. You will not be automated.
That's good to know. I do have one quick note about the meeting materials. We're working on compiling them all into one document instead of the 100 documents I've been sending you all over the last few days. When that's done, if you look at our joint committee page on the General Assembly website, under this specific meeting, there will be a link that says meeting materials, and everything from today will be there. It'll probably be uploaded tomorrow or Friday after it's all compiled. That's all. Okay.
Delegate Bartlett, Delegate Kerr, Delegate Feldmark, Senator Watson. Anything from any of you all? Okay. Thank you again for sticking with us. Really appreciate your time and look forward to continuing to work with you. Take care, everybody. This meeting is adjourned.
Good job.
Good job.